for success? How do we support each other? My hope is that you will lean into this opportunity this week and learn how to best do that. That you will see these challenges as opportunities that you can create and that can span many landscapes from all of the various horizons of our communities, whether it be the oceans or the rivers or just the land that we have around us. I just want to leave the last, in closing, the last thought, which is Ha'iti kahu lakei. Yes, you think I would say that better. But that is for the benefit of our descendants. Everything that we do is for the descendants that follow. And just remember that, to keep that in your mind, that whatever decisions you make today is going to support the ecosystems, our communities, for the next time immemorial. Ganesh ha'a.
Thank you, Vice President Peda and Director Duncan. Greatly appreciate you guys' welcome and your comments. I see that we have a good amount of time. I wanted to do some introductions and I wasn't sure how that was going to look like, considering that there's a good amount of people, but I think we have some time to go ahead and do it. So with that, I will have a microphone being passed around. I'll start off first. Good morning, everyone. My name is Raymond Paddock. I am the Environmental Program Manager for the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida in the Native Lands and Resources Department. And I have been working in this department for about 15 plus years. Started out as a environmental technician, specialist, a coordinator, and work my manager. I still don't know how I got here, but I'd like to thank my staff, who's actually a big supporter in getting me where I'm at and bringing all this success for this division. So with that, I'd also like to thank or have the Tlingit and Haida staff raise their hands, just so you guys kind of get an idea of who they are and where they're at. You guys will hear them in their introductions. So with that, Mr. Scott, I guess if you can pass the mic first to the next person, we'll go ahead and go around and do quick introductions. And then I will talk a little bit about what the week will look like and a little bit of house cleaning and all that good stuff.
Yes, good morning. So we'll just go around and do introductions, maybe a name, organization, maybe where you're visiting us from today. And then we just kind of go around the room like that. So I guess I could start. Hello, good morning. Welcome. My name's Sir Scott. I'm one of the environmental coordinators for the Native Lands and Resources Division, the Environmental Department, here based in Juneau. And welcome. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Annette Patton. I'm the lead geoscientist at the Sitka Sound Science Center, but I'm actually visiting from my home today in Corvallis, Oregon.
Hi, I'm Ron Heinz. I'm the lead researcher at the, I think I've muffed it, my job title. So, chief researcher at the Sitka Sound Science Center. And I'm here from T Harbor.
Hello, I'm Peggy Wilcox. I'm here on behalf of the RAND Corporation. I'm a PhD candidate at the Pardee RAND Graduate School, and I am from Anchorage, but although I used to live in Juneau, and I still kind of consider this place home.
Good morning. My name is Tess Hoster. I'm a tribal liaison for the Alaska Climate Adaptation Science Center and the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society. I'm originally from the Bristol Bay area in Ingiagik, but I live here in Juneau.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole, Nicole Hebel. I'm with the Yakutat Tlingit tribe in Yakutat, Alaska. I am an environmental technician, and I'm actually originally from Illinois.
Hi, I'm Deanna Nash. I am an atmospheric science postdoctoral researcher from the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes at UC San Diego, which is where I'm visiting from.
Daniel Clonat, Chilkat Indian Village. I'm the environmental specialist.
Good morning. I'm Nicole Farron. I'm the warning coordination meteorologist for the National Weather Service here in Juneau.
Morning, everyone. My name is Lindsey Pierce. I'm one of the environmental coordinators here at TNH. And I'm going to pause this in the room really quick, and we're going to have the people on Zoom introduce themselves really quick.
Hello, good morning. My name is Reda-Williams. I'm the administrative assistant for traditional food security within Native Lands and Resources.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Andrew Atkinson. I'm the environmental health specialist for search from Sitka.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Helene Bennett, and I am the program coordinator for traditional food security under the Native Lands and Resources Division. Welcome, everyone.
This thing on? Yeah. Morning, everybody. My name's Sean Johnson. I'm from Cake. I'm the IGAP coordinator for the Organized Village of Cake.
Good morning. My name is Kaylin Padgett. I am from Cake also, and I'm Sean's environmental assistant.
Oh, Yake Sutat. Name is Justin McDonald. I'm from Cake, or Organized Village of Cake, as a natural resources coordinator. Good morning.
Hi, everybody. Adelaide Di Johnson from Juneau, Alaska, and I am a hydrologist and work with many of you out there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ifiania Arvanitis. I go by Jen. I'm from the Ketchikan Indian community. I'm visiting from Ketchikan, and I'm originally from Southeast Pennsylvania.
Good morning. My name is Joel Jackson. I'm the president of the Organized Village of Cake.
And I apologize. I skipped over one person here. She's trying to hide.
Hi, I'm Lisa Bush. I'm the director of the Sitka Sound Science Center, and I'm from Sitka.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, good morning. My name is Flannery Ballard. I work for the DEC Brownfields program within the Contaminated Sites Division.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Stenker. I'm a social science contractor with the Alaska Fishery Science Center based here in Juneau and from Anchorage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jill Weitz. I serve as a senior policy advisor to President Richard Peterson in the Office of the President at Tlingit and Haida.
Good morning. I'm Tyler Kennedy. I'm the environmental assistant for Klawock Cooperative Association. I'm from Prince of Wales Island.
Good morning. My name is Carol Fletcher. I am from the Prince of Wales Island. I am the environmental coordinator, and I'm glad to be here and see everybody.
Good morning. I'm Ann Wyatt, the environmental director for Klawock Cooperative Association, also from Prince of Wales Island. Good morning.
Morning, I'm Shannon Sellen. I work for Sitka Tribe of Alaska as the environmental lab manager. I'm originally from New York.
Good morning. My name is Ivy Patton. I'm the environmental coordinator for the Native Village of Eyak in Cordova, originally from Cordova and Nome, Alaska.
Good morning. I'm Isabel Grant. I am the Human Bear Coexistence Representative for Defenders of Wildlife. I flew here from Anchorage, but I'm originally from Tennessee.
Good morning. My name is Christy Wallace, and I work for the U.S. Geological Survey Alaska Volcano Observatory, located in Anchorage, and grew up here in Juneau.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Barb Miranda, and I manage the One USDA Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy and for the
and I work for the Forest Service here in Juneau. Glad to be here.
Good morning. My name's Erin Matthews. I am also with the Tongass National Forest, and I'm their environmental coordinator for the forest plan revision, and I am visiting from Phoenix, Arizona.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Margaret Custer, and I'm the Executive Director of the Southeast Alaska Land Trust. We conserve private lands for public benefit, and we have conservation properties in Haines, Cake, Petersburg, Juneau, Sitka, Admiralty Island, and Excursion Inlet.
Good morning. My name is Frilla Santana. I'm the environmental technician for Cooperative Association, and I'm originally from Prince Wales.
Good morning. My name is Karen Grosskreutz. I'm finishing up a fellowship with the Alaska State Sea Grant Fellowship Program. I've been supporting the Cross-Pacific Indigenous Aquaculture Collaborative this past year. I'm also a student at the University of Alaska. I live here in Juneau, and I'm originally from Wisconsin. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kim Wickman. I am with the Wrangell Cooperative Association as their Earth Bath Technician.
Good morning. My name is Ariel Halpern. I am the High School and Higher Education STEAM Program Manager with Sea Alaska Heritage Institute.
Everyone, I'm Chet. I direct the openly published Environmental Sensor Lab at Oregon State University in Corvallis, Oregon.
Good morning. My name is Gina Shari, and I'm with the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation Division of Water. I live here in Juneau, and I'm originally from Western Pennsylvania.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Metz, and I'm the lands manager at Sea Alaska Corporation, and I live here in Juneau.
Good morning. I'm Abigail Sweetman. I'm a climate and community social scientist with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. I live here in Juneau, but I'm from Ketchikan.
Good morning. My name is Lauryn. I'm with the USDA Forest Service. I'm a tribal relations specialist for here in Juneau. Very excited to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bernadine Diasis. I'm the environmental manager for Douglas Indian Association here in Juneau.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Stoll. I'm Lukanakadi Kakawantan Yadi, and I work for NOAA Fisheries, and it's really good to see this forum grow and see a lot of people coming back. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brooke Leslie. I'm from Wrangell, Alaska, and I work for Spruce Root.
Kunachiake Yisitini Cook A Kasanak Yuchatuasak Dukrowedi Hatsati Klakondak. I'm a retired educator from the Juneau School District. It's very nice to see you all here today. Gunachchish.
Good morning. Kasha Daha Wanda Kalp from Glacier Bay, Hunam, Chukunedi, Brown Bear family. It's good to be here and see everybody. I am the coordinator for the Tongass Women for Forests, Women's Earth and Climate Action Network. Looking forward to see what kind of connections we can make and make things happen for us. Geez, rising tide.
Good morning. My name is Jason Schmidt. I'm the Regional Geoscience Specialist for Tlingit and Haida in the Native Lands and Resources Division. And I live in Sitka, and I was moved here from Minnesota, but was born and raised in California.
Good morning. I'm Josh Orem with the Forest Service in a new position as the Partnerships and Liaison Coordinator for Rangoon.
Hello, my name is Kari Lanphier, and I work with the Southeast Alaska Tribal Ocean Research Consortium. It's a consortium of tribes, most of the tribes that you heard folks were from today here in Southeast Alaska that are doing environmental monitoring to protect subsistence resources here in Southeast.
Did I miss anyone sitting down? I know there's a few. They want you to.
Your mom?
Hello, my name is Carol Harley. I'm from Oklahoma City. I'm visiting my son, Sir Harley Scott. I can call him by his full name because I'm his mom.
All right, that's enough of that.
And think just the staff in the back?
Yeah, and the staff in the back.
They did on.
Gabe, I see you on Zoom. Do you want to introduce yourself really quickly?
Sure. Yeah. I'm Gabe Schoberg. I'm the Regional Youth Catalyst with Tlingit and Haida and the Native Lands and Resources Division. And I'm excited the youth crew for Alaskan Youth Stewards will be rolling in all week, and hopefully everyone has some time with the youth. Yeah. Good to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Jacobs. I'm a senior service hydrologist for the Weather Service here in Juneau. I'm originally from Philadelphia area.
Good morning. My name is Brandy Tolsma. I'm an environmental specialist with Tlingit and Haida, and I'm based here in Juneau.
Good morning. My name is Dominique Stitt. I am the admin assistant for the Native Lands and Resources Division. I am based in Portland, Oregon, but I am working remotely and here for the week if you need anything.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tia Bailey. I'm the executive assistant for Native Lands and Resource Division here at Tlingit and Haida. So glad to see everybody. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Thomas. I live here in the Asuncion territory, and I am previously was with Tlingit and Haida as a natural resource coordinator, and I'm just coming back as the co-stewardship coordinator, and it's nice to see so many familiar faces. Thanks.
All right, I think that's everyone.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Goodness cheese. Thank you, everyone. And again, welcome. Just a quick, brief history about this conference. And Desiree mentioned that we've been doing this for about 20 years, this conference. It started out as essentially a conference for tribes in Southeast Alaska, because many of the issues that Alaska deals with, Southeast was kind of left out in a little bit. So we'd go to like the Alaska Forum on the Environment in Anchorage or the Acknowledgements conference. And anytime you went to those conferences up north, Southeast Alaska issues were kind of just put on the table or just not really talked about. And so about 20 years or so back, many of the tribes in Southeast Alaska were saying it's time that we did something on our own. And so we started an environmental conference, again, that was geared towards the tribes. It was about, back then we were getting about maybe 30, 40 people. And it was a good conference. But over the past, I want to say 10 years or so, as more people start hearing about it, it's kind of just grown and grown. And now we have representation from the feds, from the state, from organizations throughout the region. And yeah, we're greatly appreciative of everybody participating in this. So this is kind of information tool that, not just the tribes, but many of us in Southeast Alaska need in order to address our environmental and natural resource concerns. So goodness cheese, thank you all for taking the time to be a part of this conference this week. I know we've been trying to reduce it in the past. Everyone keeps saying 5 days is a long time, but every time we put a notice out there, we get more registrants, we get more agenda items. And so it's kind of not been successful in reducing that, but I guess that means that there's big success in keeping it going and pushing it forward for another 5 days. So again, thank you all to those who are participating and help building out this program. I'd also like to take a second to thank Smokehouse Catering for the food. So you guys will be seeing snacks throughout the week. Just wanted to thank them. I also wanted to thank, again, all the attendees. A little bit of housekeeping really quick. So emergency exits, as you guys will see, if you've seen me point, our first emergency exits out there, and then our main exit will be out the doors going straight out. And restrooms, if you take this exit door out here, take a left, take a right, and then another right, you guys will see the restrooms down that way. And then, of course, there is Sacred Grounds Coffee. If you guys are looking for coffee, not this, or wanted mochas or anything like that, there's Sacred Grounds in this building. Also, we know that a new variant of COVID is out and about right now, and it's spreading. So part of the thing we want to be able to do is provide COVID tests. So we have free COVID tests in the back. Tia's holding them up. We also have masks for anyone who's concerned. Please feel free to grab these at your convenience whenever you can. And yeah, again, our staff is in the back if you guys have questions. And if you guys don't have an opportunity to ask questions in the back, we also have poster boards. Feel free to put them on. If you guys have any information you guys want to share, please feel free to write on the poster boards or ask one of the staff to do so. With that, I guess we can start moving into, as you guys see on the agenda, we put in a part for lightning round discussions. And this is kind of just to get you guys thinking about what you guys may want to see out of the week, what you guys think needs to be addressed. And this is also something that our staff and us will take back and look to put as possible priorities into our upcoming programs or projects that we may have. So really quickly, if we want to participate in this, what we can do is just go around the room, a quick lightning round, if you will. Just a couple of questions to talk about. I know some of you guys are starting to get tourism in your community, and I know that there are concerns about that. So I guess if anyone has any ideas, if they want to discuss any, it's just what does sustainable tourism look like in your community? What are your concerns with growing tourism in your guys' community? Those are just two questions to think about for now. Another one that I wanted to put out for you guys is the current Tongass Forest Management Plan. So if you guys have any comments on that, please feel free to discuss it or write it down. And that's something we could bring back and talk about at a later date. One of the other cool programs we have going on, we meet monthly with the Southeast tribes. And that's just to discuss what programs we've got going on, what issues we're looking to talk about. And it's a great way of being able to share our resources and build the capacity behind some of those issues. So we also want to open that up to many of you guys as participants out there when we do this discussion with the tribe. So just keep that in mind. If you guys are interested in that, just talk to our staff and we could give you guys some information on that and how that will look. Jill? Is it okay to bug you with this lightning round participation? Trying to make this an interactive part. As you guys may know, for several of you guys who have been a part of the Southeast Tribal Environmental Forum in the past, we've kind of just had presentations thrown at you guys. And again, much of that is because many people want to get up and present, but part of that also gives a strain in being able to sit here all day and listen to presentations. So we kind of want to be interactive with you guys. And I'm hoping that this could be a first part of that. And so again, with the lightning round questions, Jill.
You said, okay, so lightning round, Ray mentioned the notion of growing development around tourism in our communities. Does anybody want to start with providing comments for that? Is that our timer? Do I
Lindsey's already trying to tell me my time's
Thanks,
up.
Linz. Okay. Well, should we do you want to keep rolling or what do you want to
Yeah,
do?
we have a few minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Does anybody? Yeah, here we go. Lightning round.
In terms of the environment, these ships burn 30,000 gallons of bunker fuel an hour. So you get 5 in town. So you get 150,000 gallons of the worst kind of pollution, diesel being right behind coal, that goes into the air we breathe. Unfortunately, with the particulates, it doesn't just go into our lungs. It goes straight into the bloodstream and the organs. Countries around the world are now not very happy about these big ships coming in. The most recent was in Austria. Amsterdam said no. Naples, Italy has been going under and they've restricted it. The environmental impacts are so far reaching in terms of raw sewage that's being dumped into our southeast waters, but around the world. We're concerned about fisheries, about what we harvest from the beach. When the tide goes out, that's when we eat. So those two big things are factors that need to be dealt with. it shouldn't, it's not sustainable, and it's toxic.
Thank you for those comments.
Thank you. I wanted to tie it in with the heavy duty pollution that we're all suffering. Huna is, and Glacier Bay is really a bad spot for it. Which brings to mind food first, food sovereignty. And when the Tongass women bring this up, we're talking about wild food sovereignty and our right to have safe wild foods, which is all under threat because of the heavy duty pollutions and the industrial impacts we've had around the villages, like clear-cut logging. We're still suffering with that. So the Tongass women, we've developed a food first, food sovereignty concept that we've shared with Tlingit and Haida Central Council, and the president just doesn't seem to answer or respond. And we do have a conversation going with your office, but we'd like to formalize that. Our group was able to get the attention of the Southeast Regional Advisory Council for Federal Subsistence, and they developed a working group to address food first, food sovereignty. And of course, their hands are tied in so many ways that we got only so far. So we'd like to open that discussion for clarity, because conservation, ANILCA, Title 8, and the first part of it with industrial overuse of public lands is right in our faces. So this is what I want to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you. I think food security is going to be a big topic of discussion this week. So that's awesome. Thank you. President Jackson.
Well, in Cake, we've had an increase of the small tour boats that come in. I think we're around 164 this year. One of the main problems I see is, and I got a couple pictures from my nephew that was going by one of the cruise ships that was docked, and they were dumping their gray water. I hope it was gray water. We didn't get to go down there and check it out. But even that, that's polluting our bay. I mean, we harvest clams and stuff right there in front of town. So, that's my concern. I forgot about it. I think this happened a couple of years ago, and I forgot to have these, our staff check it out. But, and the Tongass, it's good that we got the roadless rule back in place. We're starting to see more deer and moose. Our forests are healing. Our streams. We have a crew that's going out and doing restoration of our streams. So, yeah, that's what's going on. What we got to look at. Thank you.
Anyone else for the lightning round? Anything you can want to mention just to kick us off?
I didn't really have anything that I wanted to say, but I would like to talk about ocean acidification. The last time I went to the SEATOR workshop, they talked about it a lot, and it seemed like they made it sound like it was just like barely degrees in Celsius that it could affect our environment, like crucially. So that was one thing that I wanted to talk about while we were here, was ocean acidification. Sorry, I was like choking.
Well, good. All right.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to talk about a expedition I went on this summer for ocean research project. It was a ship that I got to go on with high school students and graduate students, and it was all about marine debris. And in 8 days, we picked up around 250,000 pounds of marine debris off of numerous beaches in Southeast. And it was amazing to see the plastics, the ropes, the jugs, the refrigerators, the shoes. I mean, on beaches that nobody lives on. It was 8 days. It was fun and exhilarating in ways, but in other ways, it was really sad to see that there is so much marine debris out there. And it wasn't just, you know, and this is a place where people don't live, where the wildlife, it's gorgeous out there. It's beautiful out there. But the marine debris we picked up was stunning. And this was just on a few beaches, you know, probably, 8 beaches. And there's many, many beaches in Southeast Alaska, as we all know. So if you times that 250,000 pounds by, 100, 1,000, that's a lot of marine debris out there. So, and I'm really big on garbage and marine debris and recycling. So I just encourage people to, there will be a presentation this week on the Ocean Research Project. And it's very exciting to get the kids in on it and make them realize what's going on and having them participate in stuff. So I really felt privileged to be able to go on that expedition for 8 days and see what was out there, because a lot of times when it's out of sight and out of mind, you don't really think about it. But when you're out there and you're picking it up, you're like, wow, refrigerators, shoes, just the weirdest things. So just want to tell you all about that. Encourage you to support it.
Thank you for doing that awesome work.
So I just wanted to take a minute listening to the feedback that everyone is saying to introduce the role that I play at Spruce Root. Is I serve on the Sustainable Southeast Partnership as the Rural Economic Development Catalyst. And I am new to this position, but you guys are probably familiar with Spruce Root and our triple bottom line approach to valuing profits, people, and planet equally. And so I would hope to gain feedback about the concerns and the barriers to economic development in rural Alaska and Southeast Alaska. But I would also hope to maybe have an opportunity to vision board what working in Southeast Alaska would look like for you. And because we also want to live here, we want to be able to provide for our families, have homes, in education as well. And so I'm just very interested in those conversations about how we can take this triple bottom line approach philosophy and apply it to your communities. I'm here until Thursday. And so feel free to reach out to me and I'm happy to meet up with any of you. Gonna jish. Hawa.
May I interject really quick on that too, just to add in regards to food sustainability. I think that's something that Tlingit and Haida is prioritizing a lot right now. We've got a greenhouse in the back of our Edward K. Thomas building, and we're using that as essentially our practice and learning how to do this, so that once we have that capacity, we can start trying to work to get the resources like warehouse style greenhouses and hopefully create an economy behind that, but also be able to provide for our schools, our youth, elders program, things of that nature. So I think, as we're developing that, there's definitely going to be a lot of room for each community to have some kind of economic impact or some kind of job impacts behind that down the road. So I think that's something that, not just us need to look at, but tribes in general as a whole, and how that may look like. Not all of us have all the resources. And so there are several organizations that do, and Spruce Root's one of those. So thank you for putting that out there.
Again, I'm Gina from the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation, Division of Water. And I just wanted to put a plug in for the last session for today. The Division Director, Randy Bates, is going to be here and be prepared to talk about different topics as they relate to the Division of Water. And one of the things that I'm hearing is cruise ships, and he would be able to talk to specifically wastewater discharge permits as they relate to cruise ships. So if you want to think about questions or whatever you want to talk to him about, he'll be here for that.
And also the topic of fish consumption rate will probably be discussed as well from Mr. Bates, correct? Okay. Quick show of hands, who all knows what a fish consumption rate is? Good portion of you guys. Okay, so really quickly, brief description of what the fish consumption rate is each state has a consumption rate. And the United States government gives a default rate of 6.5 grams per person. And so what they're saying is that typically a person will eat 6.5 grams of fish per person per day. That's not entirely true, especially in Alaska. And so what they're trying to do with this is increase that fish consumption rate, that default rate, to something more realistic. And the purpose behind raising that fish consumption rate is to essentially hold more, let's say, a stricter environmental regulations. So cleaner water, cleaner air, things of that nature. This is what a fish consumption rate, raising it will do. The other part of that is raising the human health criteria. So there's two numbers in creating a fish consumption rate. Your fish consumption rate goes up and your human health criteria goes up. And once those rates are up and those numbers are up, it creates stricter regulations on, say, oil companies or mining companies, things of that nature where there's pollution. So that's the purpose of having a higher fish consumption rate and why we want to get that raised up. Some states right now, like state of Washington, state of Oregon, and Idaho, they have theirs listed at about 175 grams. A more realistic rate for, let's say, people in Southeast Alaska, on average, that would look more like, say, 400 to 500 grams. And that's just a rough estimate. That could even be higher depending on some of the smaller communities where people live off the land more than we do in an urban area like Juneau. So just a quick, brief history on a fish consumption rate and why that's going to be talked about today.
A lightning overview, if you will.
Yes.
Anyone else?
I guess my question is Prince of Wales Island is one of the few islands that doesn't have cruise ships coming in, but they are supposed to next year. And I guess my question is, what would the places that do have cruise ships, what did you do wrong? What would you do different? What can you give us? What information can you give us to help us not make the same mistakes you made, I guess?
It's a good question. And especially since Huna is just now dealing with that, that might be a good start. Jill.
Oh.
Sorry, and thank you.
Hi. So something I'm curious about is, we're talking about environmental impacts of tourism, climate change, and I'm curious to talk with people who are doing monitoring, like what kinds of environmental sensing and monitoring programs are being done to translate observations into data that can be then used to create change. So, yeah.
Lots of chats around monitoring. That's going to happen, I promise.
Pandora's box, tourism. Just to respond real quickly, is that nobody has done anything wrong when tourism comes upon us. We didn't do anything wrong either when clear-cut logging came upon us. It's the same thing. DC and the state of Alaska has welcomed every industry upon Alaska to come on us, no matter what consequences to us as human beings, as the life around us and the land we depend on. So no, we didn't even know it was coming. There was studies done about what we felt about tourism in Huna, and we said we would like to see the ships, the small ships. We had no idea these huge ships were coming in on us, and we only have 800 people. You know how many people in Kuaʻāina, how many in Yakutat? So this is horrible. We have to be able to keep on top of the politics so that we can stop this kind of attack on us.
Good points. As far as the monitoring, I want to just put out there really quickly. Some tribes have been doing monitoring. We'll have anything from like ocean acidification, harmful algal bloom. A few tribes right now do what we transboundary river water quality sampling, where we're testing for heavy metals for mining impacts that are happening in southeast waters, and then of course building on other programs. So definitely a great point. I
Where-
appreciate
I
definitely
missed
the
a hand. Did I miss
interaction.
a hand?
These are the kinds of things I think that help give us a better idea. So having this discussion and this open topic right now, I think to start off is kind of nice. So thank you guys.
Can I sit down and talk?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to track back to your question about what went wrong. And I think that that question goes back to about the late 1700s when industry first came to Alaska. And I would say that we have really been responding in a very reactive state of planning and development since then, because the Western way of doing business and colonization came upon us very, very quickly. And there was not a lot of time to figure out how that model of working would work within our framework that we had. So the entire system, and we all know this, was disrupted. But what we're left with is very reactive based decision making in a global economy that was very focused on consumerism. And we're in a very unique position now where we have new industries like tourism that have come into Alaska after the logging industry crashed. We needed it. We were feeling it in all our small communities in economic development, losing half our populations. Wrangell was hit super hard. We weren't the only ones. We needed a new industry in order to continue to put food on the table, to heat our homes, to keep education in our communities. And I think people were trying to be responsible by getting studies done, but because of this triple, just this waterfall effect of reactivity, you're creating at the same time while you're trying to still recover from, what has happened, and there's just no relief there. And I think that a big mindset shift is this new concept of a triple bottom line approach of profits and planet and people, where up until I would say the mid 2000s, the approach was truly just profit driven. And so I think that if my best answer to your question would be saying, look at the framework with which you're going to accept tourism and how you're adding value and what metric system you're using to value that economic development of tourism in your community. So people, planet, and profits, and what that might look like. And while, yes, the industry is here and it's already here, and we're all just reacting to trying to figure out how it's impacting climates in the world and whatnot, we also have very unique opportunities here in Southeast Alaska because we are remote, we're rural, and we're a pretty tight-knit community that we have these places where we can share our experiences. It's just that if we get stuck in what's not working, and we don't ever be able to level up that conversation to what would work and how that might look, then we're going to stay stuck in that process. And so I would be very interested in hearing what you would think what would be a good tourism model for Prince of Wales. You live there, right? So how could that work for you, and also sharing your culture? Because there are a lot of positive sides of tourism too. One of them being it's largely helped incentivize our cultural revitalization processes here in Southeast Alaska. It's giving youth an opportunity to learn their language, speak their language, to have a sense of pride in their culture, and a way to make money from that as well. So there are good, and it's two sides. So anyways, I feel like that was a very large question. And yeah, and it's a great space to be able to explore how to do things differently. And we have a new industry that is emerging in Alaska, supposedly, which is the mariculture industry, which is kind of why I'm here. And this is a unique time and space where we have a minute to pause and say, okay, what does this need to look like using a different approach? Because we don't want to repeat the last industrial revolution booms in Southeast Alaska and end up in a worse place. And so thank you for the space to be able to just process all that with you. Gonna cheesh.
How are we doing on time? Here? Okay.
It's pardon me, it is 10 o'clock, and it looks like we have about 15 more minutes left.
one of the ships that come in is Norwegian, and it's interesting because Norway is probably one of the biggest oil and gas producers in Europe. On the continent, however, within their country, they only run electric ships. The technology exists. The choice is being made to burn the cheapest diesel fuel, which is bunker fuel. But there's the technology there, it's the choice. And it has to do with regulation too. It needs to be at the attention of villages, local government, state government, without monitoring and regulating the amount of tonnage of toxic emissions that's coming in to our environment and all over the world, which is why Europe is putting their foot down pretty hard, because they're burning their the devastation in their countries. They're suffering their heat indexes, and they're living in 110 degrees. So we always talk about habitat loss in terms of plants and animals. The reality is we're looking at habitat loss for us. So the earth will well survive. It can regroup itself, but it may do that without us. But it may do that without the plants and animals too. So with the technology that exists, it's really important that they pay attention and that there be regulations and enforcement. We have shore power, but we watch them pump out, there are tons of emissions. We live in West Juneau, so we clearly see it. So we know that the people who live and work in the downtown area right here are breathing those emissions. When they started to bring in 4 and 5 at a time, the people in the state office building were calling in nonstop because they were breathing diesel, and you could taste it. A few times I'd go down there this summer and get tram tickets for friends and relatives, and I thought, oh, I'll walk down to Taku Smokeries. I like walking the docks. The air is good. I took about 20 feet and I could taste the diesel. I commercial fished in Bristol Bay with my dad. So we lived in diesel, but we were outdoors. So the technology exists. What we need is regulation.
I keep thinking of things as people speak, and hearing about the discharge from one of the vessels near Cape and was witnessed. I was on a commercial fishing boat in Icy Straits, and it was early in the morning, freshly painted. Everything was looking good. We were ready to go. And then we went through an oil slick. You could see it even from the air. And the only suspect was a huge cruise ship heading into Glacier Bay. So, our commercial fisheries is being ruined. And also I want to mention that a couple years ago, it was a Carnival, I believe, industry that released all their poop in Glacier Bay. And they barely had their hands slapped when it came to the federal government. So, these ones that are industries coming around us so uncontrolled is just stepping all over everything. And we're not seeing the discharges, whether it's gray water or whether it's the poop. It is happening. They're doing it every chance they can because they have to do something with it. And these are floating cities. So it's coming into our waters. And what are they bringing into our marine waters too on the bottom of these ships? So we're being attacked every which way, air, land, water.
To add on the climate change talk, and this is something I know that many of us have concerns about, is addressing climate change in Alaska and for the world. And I don't want to sound like the sky is falling kind of person, but there is a flip side, unfortunately, to battling climate change, especially in the United States right now. And unfortunately, that looks like more mining development, more natural resource extraction development to get these precious metals to do so. And one of these places is Southeast Alaska is going to be essentially ground zero, if you will, for some of those. The other states, Nevada and Idaho. But Southeast Alaska is going to be impacted. There's currently 5 or 6 proposed mines being looked at right now within the Southeast Alaska area. And some of those mines are right on headstreams of waters where our fish are at, where people depend on that. And so just to keep this in mind, I think as we're doing this, there's something we need to think about as this is going to happen as tribes, is being able to use our tribal sovereignty. Flexing that sovereign power is looking to create co-management and co-stewardship with the feds where these mines are going to be happening. We all have interest on that. And so as we're developing our capacity as tribes and building the resources out, I think it's important that we look to create that co-management, co-stewardship aspect of it when these proposed mines start to happen.
Hi, this is Ann Wyatt from Kuaʻāina, Alaska, and this is where they're gonna put the new tourist ship that comes in. It's a island across from where we live, and that's where the tourist ships come in. But just on the other side in our town is the Kuaʻāina River, and it's our Sockeye River where we subsist. And this is what I'm really worried about is the gray water and whatever else they're gonna put in the water. And when they first started this year, they didn't even include our environmental groups on the island, the 4 tribes. And, you know, it doesn't just affect our tribe because we do a lot of bartering and, you know, people come and fish in our waters, you know, vice versa. And it's just, you know, upsetting to me. And I don't know where to go, who started the tourism, you know, they kept it quiet until it was advertised.
Yeah, I don't know how it's happening down in POW, but we know on Huna that Huna Totem was responsible. So the ANCSA Corporation was responsible in getting that going. I don't know if that's what's happening down in POW, but that's always definitely a place to start. And then and to add to that with things that are happening, especially with the concern on the Kuaʻāina River, you know, you guys have that tribal power right now where you guys can actually look to do some data collecting and monitoring on that to ensure you have good baseline. And then when they do come in, you might have something that can back that up afterwards. So again, you know, that's something that I think, you know, we'd be happy to help if that's something you guys are looking at, but that's definitely a route to think about. We have 9 more minutes before we take a break, and I'm really appreciating all the conversation and the interaction with everyone. So thank you guys.
It'll only take me 10.
Perfect.
But I think it was right after COVID started when the cruise ship shut down. We are in a partnership with a young lady from Juneau here. Her name is Dr. Elizabeth Figgis.
Oh, yeah.
She's been helping us with our environmental study of our waters and lands around us. And we were doing the ocean monitoring out in front of our community, Frederick Sound. Well, there was no cruise ships. I haven't really seen a report yet, but we were going to wait until we could collect more data when they did start running to see what they're dumping in the water. That's still ongoing, I guess. We had a little glitch. We lost our boat, so I think they're doing a little bit of monitoring off the shore out on the point there, but yeah, it's I really want to find out what they're doing, because that's just you know, it's like everybody says, we're worried about our food security. You know, I seen some pictures of things happening down by Ketchikan where their seaweed is being replaced by this green algae looking thing. And so, you know, with the climate change, warming of the waters, acidification, all that stuff, we have to start looking at how we can better regulate the cruise industry. I'm not blaming it all on them, but they're a big part of it. Thank you.
Sheesh.
Anyone else care to share or ask?
Good morning. My name is Kay McCarthy, and I've lived in Juneau for quite a few years. I'm a founder of SEAC and long time, I guess you could say yakety yak 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 about issues concerning the environment. Thank you so much for your comments. I really appreciate being here. I love it when I'm able to see all of you, and I appreciate so much that you're here and how much I appreciate the things that people have had to say. And yes, the cruise industry is huge and powerful all over the world and does dump a lot of carbon into the atmosphere. And they don't just dump it all by themselves. They have an attendant industry that goes right along with them, with cars, planes, cabs, buses, helicopters, you name it. There's a huge amount of fossil fuel pollution. And I just don't want to say any more about it. Climate change is really a major issue, and I don't want your children's children not to have a decent life. So thank you so much for having this forum and for being here.
Thank you, Kay. See no more comments right now. I do want to thank you guys for a good interaction to start the morning. Hopefully that keeps everybody. Oh, Kari. Pardon me? Let's hear it. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome, Kari. Thank you.
All right. So you've maybe been to conferences and workshops where there's someone in the back, like making beautiful things. Clearly that's not this. I'm not an artist, but I did run spell check. So I hope all the words are spelled correctly. So I think one of the big things that we heard from this is impacts from tourism that are coming. You know, there's a lot of consensus. Communities are being impacted. They're being impacted on the large scale, right? It feels like our communities are overrun sometimes when there's 5 or 6 ships in a day. And then in some ways, a smaller scale, as in smaller particles when it comes to air quality and water quality as well. So those are some big concerns that we heard. We heard that some of our other smaller communities in Southeast, Cake and Prince of Wales, you folks have either seen an increase in ship traffic this year or you're set to receive ships next year. And so I think, as some folks were mentioning, folks that have had cruise ships for many years now, what can we sort of pass along as lessons learned to do the best we can to protect Kloak Lake so your sockeye run stays well? And I see this is in presentation mode. I don't know why that is, but we're just gonna keep going. So these are only some tribe projects that I heard folks speak about right now. I know that there's many, many others that just didn't share their voices today, but we have folks working on stream restoration, harmful algal bloom works, ocean acidification, and then water quality across the board. There's more that we'll hear from, but just an opportunity. If you work for a tribe and you're doing some projects and your project isn't listed on here, it could be a good opportunity to share at a different point in the workshop this week. And then the needed tribe projects that I heard, this list is pretty long. I put a couple little starry things on the wastewater and air quality for monitoring from ships. That was just mentioned many, many times. So I put some extra like asterisk things. We heard from Carol about the marine debris, and I know there was a lot of efforts on marine debris from across the board. The fish consumption rate, I put that in needed tribe projects, even though many tribes have been working on this for years and years. This is going to be something that's like an effort from all of us, just continued banging against that wall to get that consumption rate changed. How can we adjust or change our community plans for tourism? That was speaking to some of the smaller communities that are getting ships in now. And then one interesting thing I heard was this multifaceted approach to address policy changes that support industry regulation. So we're coming at this from multiple ways. Many of us are doing that baseline data collection, and that's data and that's proof so we could bring to these industries. But you're the senior policy. Jill's going to get all the policies so we know how to come at them from different angles. So this is not a one-step approach. It's going to be multifaceted. And then also impacts from mines, particularly mines that are in our Canadian friends up north that are coming down, and they say, oh, it won't impact your waters in Southeast Alaska. Just one last quick slide here. I heard from just a couple folks on some of our foods that are impacted from this pollution. Clams, fish, seaweed. Of course, there's more. These are just the ones that were voiced today. And then there was a couple people who kind of were speaking about their organizations that they want and interested are collaborating. Spruce Root spoke, DEC spoke, and I do apologize. I only had the Tongass women. What was your full? The Earth and Climate Action Network. And I know there are other players in this room that don't work for a tribe, but you want to collaborate. I just recorded the ones who spoke. So I just wanted to give that summary, and I'm going to find better icons for my next one.
That was amazing, Kari. Thank
Carrie,
you. for
I
that.
even like during that, I texted a few people and I was like, is anyone taking notes? So thank you. That
Thank
was
you.
awesome.
Again, greatly appreciate the early conversation. We'll go ahead and take a break and return at 10:30. Next we will be doing a youth and elder panel. So after that will be lunch from 11:30 to 1 o'clock, and lunch will be on your own.
All right, everybody, I think we're ready to get started. Thank you all for joining us this morning. So today we have Patty McNeil, Kathy Lawrence, and Joe Johnson for our elders, and we have Lauryn Framke, our Tlingit and Haida emerging leader, with us, and we're going to do some quick introductions, and then we'll start with some questions.
Hatala is dalung eighth undi hungolgan, Leslie Shakely di Nanuijung, Jeffrey Shakely Sr. di Chinuijun, Kari Shakely di Auuijung, Lauryn Framke, Iskian Chut Gigana, Hinudikia Ang, At Aka Skusudi Kwalagan, Kaus Tlai Usnagan, Stol Tul Plugwang Handlai Stu Suijung, How good people, I'm honored with your presence. My grandparents are Leslie and Jeffrey Shakely. My mom is Kari Shakely. My name is Lauryn Framke. I am Haida Eagle Frog from Craig, Alaska, but I live here in Juneau. And I'm the Tlingit and Haida emerging leader for this year. How
Good morning. My name is Catherine Lawrence, and I grew up in Skagway, Haines area. My father was a gillnet fisherman, and I was adopted. They were elderly couple already by the time I was adopted, so I did grow up and see some things that I'm going to talk about. I'm a Eagle. I was born in Sitka, and my mother was born in Yundastucky, out of Haines, about 4 Mile, and my father grew up in the area of Chilkoot. So I looking forward to being on this panel with everyone.
My name is Joseph Johnson. I'm from Mangoon, Admiralty Island, where the brown bears are gathered. Yes, my mom is from Yakutat. She's a Coho tribe. When Angoon lost 2 brothers who were adopted into the Bear clan, and I was chosen as the grandson of the Angoon community. I grew up loving all my grandpas and all my grandmas. I went to school 3rd grade. I graduated from 3rd grade. It was pretty tough. Sometimes I'm scared to talk about it because some people really cross me, you know, and I'm afraid to talk about it. And sometimes I tell it to certain people I feel comfortable with. What I noticed in 1976, when I was here in Juneau, I went to City Cafe. My mom sent me up to buy some food to bring down to the boat. We're on a boat. The Robin Baron belonged to Matthew Kukash. I noticed that the first ship that came in was dumping brown water. That brown water was right there. I said, Dad, does that look like sewage stuff? And brown water was just going all the way across the shoreline. I said, my dad said, here goes our gumboots. Here goes our clams. Here goes our seaweed. Here goes our yin mussel we eat. These shellfish we suck out of. All those are going to disappear. My mom was sitting down and said, yeah, it's going to grow and it's going to keep on growing. And I went up Paul Rudolph. I met him on top of the steps, said, where are you going, Joe? Why are you running? I said, where's the city hall? It's right down there and go this way, that way, this way. And, coming. I told him, I said, there are people dumping down off that big ship, dumping that water out there. There goes our seafood. Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. It has to go through so many channels. Nothing we can do about it. Yeah, I witnessed that dumping of the sewer here in the channel. Now there's nothing out there. I used to fish out off the dock and get a halibut. Now you can. Or go down to Ock Bay, get some I'm sorry. Sometimes I forget. I even forget names and numbers because of what happened to me in school. Crabs. You go down to Ock Bay. You go down in the mud flats. You go get yourself a crab. Have a crab salad. No, you can't. You can't find it. Can't find the clams. You have to go a long ways. And then when you dig some clams, they're dark as this here. They really ruined our waters, or where we used to get food from. Yeah, now you gotta go to the store. You can't pay less than $60, $70 for shellfish. You can't buy what you used to get out there in Ock Bay on the shoreline. That's what we need to find out, why it's not taken care of. It's gonna happen to the rest of the communities here besides logging. I know we need jobs, we need workers, kids go to college. So this, how can we stop this? How can we prevent it? How can we keep jobs without ruining our land? Now we got helicopters, 7, 8 helicopters going up every day into the mountain. Every day, all that fumes coming down and dropping on the salmon berries and blueberries. Oil, killing all the berries. Teneke used to be a lot of salmon berries. Teneke was salmon berry country. Now, gone because of all the helicopters that fly around taking tours here and there. Huna, big berries up on the mountain there. Raymond, Dick, and I and Albert, we were up on the mountain with a lot of berries. Look at all these berries. Now you go up there, where's the berries? All gone because of all the helicopters. It's all I got to say. I could say more, but I think it gives somebody else a chance. Thank you.
Goodness, cheese. Ach, isha chahad yedusagun. My father was a commercial fisherman all his life. When we grew up here, he had a herring pond out in Auk Bay, and the herring used to be thicker than Sitka. When they ran the pilings for the ferry terminal, you'd never know that herring was so thick. He delivered herring for the whole fleet, and the Canadian fleet came here too. Juneau used to have sockeye in Auk Lake. I never knew that because I never saw it. It was gone by then. But growing up here, I remember the glacier was right there. So much has changed. I was born here, however, my mother's from Heat Hit from the killer whale dorsal fin house in Kakwan, Akshat, Yasiti. This is my older sister. Kunachik A Sitini, yeah, Sutat. It's so good to see you all here this morning. Gunashish.
Goodness, Chief. All right, so I have a couple of questions for you guys. The first one Joe kind of went into already, but can you describe any environmental changes you have witnessed over your lifetime that are concerning to you and your community or the region?
Like I said, in 1979, when we noticed that all the creeks weren't as thick as they used to be. They were starting to go down, and then our clams out there in Angoon, our clams used to be white like this. I noticed that now the clams are dark gray. They change colors. And you go, my uncle David John used to dig sacks and sacks of it to sell to the stores. They'd call him and we'd go out and help him get clams. No, no more. It's starting to all disappear from where it used to be just thick. Hood Bay used to be just thick with clams. Used to have beach parties down on the beach and roasting clams on the fire. Now you look around, you have to go places where you think there's no oil or no stuff floating around. All sea urchins are gone. It's just disappeared. Kelp Bay was thick, real thick with sea urchins, cucumbers. No, it's all gone, changing. Each year it was getting worse. By the time Hood Bay burned down, Tai over there by Cake, used to go over there in that creek there, used to get a lot of mussels from there. And have it for chow. Now it's gone. There's nothing there. It's all clear. Disappearing. It's changed a lot. Changed all Kelp Bay. Teneke was a place where a lot of fish and a lot of deer, halibut. Seine boats used to come out of there loaded down with halibut. Now, no more. Herring. Angoon is full of herring. Now Angoon got no herring. There's no mussels growing on the rocks. There's no kelps. This past year, I've noticed a few kelps are starting to grow back, starting to come back. I see some whales once in a while. I see a whale go up there and they go leave again because no more herring. So it's changed quite a bit. Herrings and berries, Angoon. You can go. Huckleberries is my favorite. Kerns, gray kerns, blueberries and salmonberries, crab apples. You can go out there and get some crab apples. No more. All gone. All changed.
I'd like to share and add on to what was said here, that in Aka Bay, I remember as a kid being with my parents, and our uncle Austin was driving us around, and we went out driving out towards Aka Bay area, and I realized as they were talking that they were going out there to check on herring. So I remember the herring used to spawn here in the Juneau area, and that was a number of years ago, maybe 70 years ago, when we took that drive. And it's sad that when you can remember and learn that, wow, we used to have an abundance of our native food in this area, and now it's not there anymore. So, and I told you I grew up in Skagway, and I remember my father going out, driving out the road to a place called Dai and checking the river there for hooligan. And even then, when I was young, it was starting to get kind of sparse. They'd get a few, but now I don't believe they go up that river. So it's really hard to see some of our areas where the Native community gathered or fish camps to gather some of this food, and now it's not there.
We all pretty much know the history of the fish traps and how it affected salmon in Southeast Alaska. It pretty much decimated it. I fished Bristol Bay, and it used to be even stronger out there too. They would say you could walk across the river on the backs of the fish. In 2019, we were in a drought, and what happened in Excursion Inlet, where we would usually go, which is where my husband's from, the creeks just completely dried up. It was so hot here. All the snow was gone on the mountains that year up in Haines. In June, the snow was gone. Usually they had the snow all the way into September on the mountaintops. So we could see the change. You know, they keep saying, oh, it's in 500 years. Well, we're not yet 500 years, but we've all seen this in our lifetime. We've seen the glacier right in front of the visitor center. Now it's retreated so far back. It's unfortunate they use a misnomer, retreat. They should just say what's happening. Our ice fields are melting, the glaciers are melting, the Alps are pretty much non-existent. It's the same with the Andes in South America. They're in 120 degrees temperatures in the middle of their winters. We know it's coming this way, and the best thing we could do is do as much as we can to alleviate it, to slow it down. Now with the recent outburst of the glacier, the flooding, they said that there's not just one lake that burst. They call it Suicide Basin, and it would happen again next year. The fact is it happened again the following week. It was at 1/4 the level, so it wasn't significant. The hydrologists who looked at, you know, they're looking in the aftermath, and they shared that there's not just one, there's actually 5 in the glacier, but they can't see them. So we know that the ice fields in the glaciers are so profoundly fragile. We don't think of that. We think these are really powerful forces. But the fact that they say Alaska glaciers are retreating is such a misnomer, because throughout the world, they're paying attention to the Antarctic. They're paying attention to the fact that Greenland is melting away. The land mass is going away. But in Alaska, we have immense ice fields that start in Wrangell. They go all the way up to Yakutat, further into south central and north. These are massive amounts of ice that are melting everywhere. And like I said, we've seen this in our lifetime, and you know, we're not 100 years old. Now they've done a calculation, and they used to say that Mendenhall was melting at the rate of 100 feet a year. Someone else did a recent calculation in about the last decade or so, and it turns out that it's actually melting at close to 200 feet a year. the homeowners that I know, that there's at least 10 educators who sustained significant losses to their homes, and they can't recover it because insurance doesn't cover erosion. There is some that they can recover because of flooding. But this is something that's happening in rural areas. We're not seeing it as much, but this is all a big floodplain from the glacier. So the projections are, not only is it going to continue to happen, but it's going to, like everywhere else in the world, it's extreme changes. It's not a couple inches. And when they did the calculations, the hydrologists and the scientists, they said, well, there was only a 1 in this many 100,000 chances that this was ever going to happen. So there was no preparation. They knew it was going to rise, but they had no idea how much water was going to come out of the glacier. And to the fact that that one basin went completely dry, and within the span of 1 week, it did a second release, because I've seen the pictures that they posted, and it was dry. You could see a few pieces of ice up there. But these are significant changes that are happening in the here and now. As we talk about what's happening, it's pure, we're burning too much fossil fuel, and the need is to slow it down. We need to have, we always say we want our children to have a better life. 40 years ago, Alaska Native high school students they said, what we're gonna inherit is a garbage dump. Unfortunately, they were very optimistic. It's gonna be far more than a garbage dump. We know it. There's Superfund sites all over Alaska. They're toxic. We know there's essentially cesspools, and we know what, cruise ships are dumping into our food. This is our food. This is what sustains us. And the need to speak for everyone throughout our state, because we know on the Yukon, they haven't had salmon in years. So you can see that it's happening so fast that they don't have preparedness. And like I said, we're not 100 years old, but we're seeing some pretty dramatic changes in our short lifespan. And we always say we hope to leave a better world for our children and grandchildren. We need to, there's no time to wait anymore. You really need to act now, because it's just escalating so fast. And we can do whatever we can to support regulation to just make this a habitable place for not just us, but for the plants and the animals that live in this environment.
All right. Lauryn, we do have a question for you now. In what way do you think culture, storytelling, or language plays a role in environmental stewardship?
They all play a role in environmental stewardship because since time immemorial, we've had a reciprocal relationship with the land. And so our culture teaches us that we should never take too much, we should never waste, and we should always be respectful. Our storytelling teaches us to always be respectful and to never speak ill about the food that we're getting or the food that we're eating. And our languages teaches us to be respectful. I recently was a language scholar for Sealaska Heritage Institute, and I worked on some audio from Irma Lawrence, and a lot of that audio was about the land, and she always made sure to say thank you. So one example is how Sioux dung unt kilt login, dung unt talung kilt login. Thank you, Cedar. I thank you. We all thank you, because it's important that we respect the land that we're on. And I'm very lucky because my mom used to work for this part of Tlingit and Haida, so I grew up helping her with a lot of her work. We went to every Earth Day event, and I was always with her for litter pickup. We did that a lot. Sometimes we did it just for fun. But so I grew up going to conferences and trainings, and through that I also learned, and with Ray, and through that I also learned the importance of just how important it is to respect the land. I remember one time my mom had me and my little sister make paper mache earths, and one earth was like an earth from like the 1900s, and then one was like one that was supposed to be like in 2050, and like they're just like the drastic difference between them. And I remember being like, that's not true, that's not going to happen, but it is happening. Like it's like, I think like if you've seen the movie Wall-E, like that's kind of where we're headed, and it's really scary.
Thank you, Lauryn. And I learned this morning that this has kind of come full circle because Lauryn's mom helped start this conference. All right, next question. What are your key priority species areas for protection, or what should we be looking at the short term and long term as far as like what requires immediate attention?
Well, I really believe this gathering of organizations is very good, because we've lived on our land, and just the different environmental changes that have come in and affected us as a people and our culture and our need to exist, to continue to exist. We've survived through the generations, and I believe each generation has been challenged. You know, we've had to learn to live not only with our subsistence food, being able to get it, but now going to the grocery store and the cost of food is going up, and even changes with that. So I really believe working together, but I've seen some meetings where they come out with some good things, but who follows up with it to make sure that changes do in fact happen and occur for the benefit of the people of this area. I know that many different agencies or organizations come in because they're thinking about, well, this affects us this way. We like to bring in the tourists and do this and that, but there has to be a way where we can meet and just see, really pray for solutions that would not only help our people need to work, yes, but also see what is affecting the land. And it's coming about rapidly. I remember when I was younger, we didn't think about these things. I didn't, at least, think how this was going to affect us. And now I'm living and seeing it. So I know our people are strong, but I would hope through all of this that we would continue to be strong, and by working together with others like the agencies that you represent here.
What we need to do is you need to bring out what when all this program started, there's a lot of recordings out there. There's a lot of recordings out there with our native culture when they talk about totem poles. There's stories out there that needs to be brought out, needs to be taught to our children, but it needs to be protected. But this people are hiding these tapes away. That's been talked into so they could pass it on. When Tommy Jackson used to come over to Yangon, they used to tell a lot of stories. And people here, Juno, to come over to Yangon. A lot of stories are being told, but they're protecting they're protecting it all right, but they're not teaching it. They need to print it out. There's stories out there. Robert Zuboff, he had that old-fashioned recorder. They run 3 or 4 hours. There's tapes out there. You wouldn't believe how much storytelling went on during the parties. In Angoon, used to have 3 to 4 days. Kuik. Over here, you sit 1 hour. I gotta go home. I'm getting tired. Oh, it ain't good, no. The chiefs talk. But one thing there was, what I've noticed when people are coming in the Kuik, they want to start on time. On time. And when the hall was quiet, when they were building that hall, there was a Kuik, the first Kuik in that hall. Angoon. The Blackhawks was the first team performed in Angoon. Blackhawks. And then Tokay Stars, all the wine drinkers. Then the 49ers. Then they developed, when the A and B got strong, the A and B team, where it went out through the whole Southeast. Tapes were being, the stories and games. It's just like when they first present this in Angoon, instead of burying the tribes with their blankets and their whatever jewelries they had, they said, why don't we give it to our grandchildren's? No burying our cultures. Bring it out in the open. Do GS, oh yeah. It's for the kids. Every generation going. Now, I'm talking now, we'll probably get out there, probably some people are gonna be really PO'd at me. But it needs to be brought out, but it needs to be protected. It needs to be taught. It needs to be taught in their schools. It needs to be taught in the public areas. You couldn't talk unless you knew what you're talking about on the totem pole. Every chief knew killer whales, brown bears, eagles, frogs. Yeah, the Goakan, peaceful, peacemakers. All those stories need to be brought out, but being protected without being destroyed. It's out there. It's out there. Yeah, quite a few of the stories went over to Cake, Huna, Klakwan, Wrangell. But it needs to be taught into schools instead of put it under the pillow. Yes, it needs to be brought out. People used to be sewing moccasin tops. People used to sell it there on South Franklin Street, Sitka, Wrangell, Petersburg. Now the Norwegians took over on Petersburg. Yeah, there used to be people out there sell a lot of it. Now it's all gone. Needs to be brought out, be taught. There's just a few people I notice sewing moccasins, sewing blankets, sewing gilias, vests. Oh, long ago. It was really something you used to see. Everybody had beadbox, grandmas and grandpas. Even my brother, my oldest brother, when he got out of boarding school, Grandma taught him how to sew moccasins. He'd be sewing moccasins on South Anchor Street, selling them as fast as he sold them. Now there's none around. Nobody does that. Nobody's making stuff for the kids to learn or teaching the kids. And there's needs to be taught. It needs to be brought out in the open. And I think I've already quit all my head. But it's the truth. It's the honest to God truth. It needs to be brought out. But protect. No, chish, cut your arm.
In terms of protection, with everything being so interwoven and codependent, if you want to protect the salmon, you have to protect their habitat. You have to protect the watersheds. There's always this thing they say, oh, mining can be done in a safe manner. It can protect the environment. In fact, a lot of the mining become catastrophic because it's earthen dams that hold them. So we know with the Tulsa, they didn't build a concrete dam, and so the effect on Alaska fisheries became pretty, it's scary, it's catastrophic. Those earthen dams fail. There's a proposed project between Haines and Kluckwan, and once again, it's to mine precious metals. And they say this is going to happen because we need to do more renewable resources because it's used to make batteries. But once again, things move forward at a fast rate. Fortunately, the Pebble Mine is protected. Many of us spoke for that. You know, many of the Pebble Mine had the potential to destroy the only wild salmon run, the biggest one in the world. It's not farm fish. These return to the rivers. Protecting the habitat ultimately protects the food, and we rely on the food. It's just so interwoven. It's ultimately it's protecting ourselves. And as we look at how things are turned backwards when the southeast trawlers were cut out of fishing down here because of the impact of industrialization on the south killer whale pod. Southeast fishermen did not do that. That was done by industrialization. It was waste that goes into their watersheds. So to penalize the fishermen who are at the foremost protecting their livelihood, they don't want to destroy their fishery. So you look at things and how things are upside down so many times. Ultimately, the protection of the environment and keeping the heat down, you know, keeping our water a place where life can live. Most of the eastern seaboard is hypoxic because the dumping of fertilizers around Florida and the Gulf, that's all hypoxic. That means there's not enough oxygen to sustain life. What really concerned me was that the Northeast Pacific, that's us, we've become hypoxic. So the fact that the salmon have really completely disappeared is ultimately going to affect everybody, because when you heat up the ocean, then what do we have? Because the ocean is what's absorbing so much of the carbon in the world. So dumping in the oceans, polluting the oceans, ultimately is it's suicidal. And those are things that, you know, politicians, and they need to connect and hear the scientists. They need to hear people. Kluak shouldn't be afraid of losing their food. we need to collectively be speaking with other people. When the southern Yukon and all the way up into Canada lose their salmon, we should be standing there with them. And that's just who we are. Sheesh.
All right. I think we have time for one more question, and then we'll go to questions from the audience. Do you guys have anything else you want to add today?
I was just thinking that, you know, looking at this tribal values, respect for self, elders, and others, respect for nature and property. You know, the respect is very strong among our people. It was taught. And you respected somebody so good enough that when they spoke, you were respectful that they knew what they were talking about, or they're the ones that knew it. So I was just thinking, as we're sitting here talking and listening, that our people, I really believe that they felt with no educational background, and here comes a different group of people, and it seems like they know what they're doing. So our people were respectful, not knowing some of the impacts that were going to come and change our communities and begin to affect our way of life. I think of when my father was in the hospital, and they had put an IV in him, and I had flew into Sitka to see him, and his hand, he said, "Oh, my hand kind of hurts," and it was swollen. And I said, "Dad, you're supposed to call the nurse," you know, and they came in, and here the IV had come out. And so it was shooting all this stuff into other areas. And to me, that's the example of, you know, my father just thought, they know what they're doing, you know, how or why do I question them? So we're living in an age where we want to empower our young people that are involved in the different agencies. You have to be the watchman, the lookout. You have to hear what we've been saying, what your grandparents said to your uncles when they took you fishing. You have to take that into the meetings with you and remember. And it wasn't just food, it wasn't just water. There was a lot tied to it. Everything we talk about, we say, Anyat Osani, children of the land. Land was very special to us. We didn't sell land back in those days. It was something that was known for each clan or family, that it was known that they lived there or they came there seasonally. So I really wanted to, if anything else, you know, we say that the young people here, the generation already sitting out there, it's falling on your shoulders to take this up very strong and to think of how to approach agencies or where you work, and to let our people know what can we do to be supportive toward what you're bringing up. I know when the ANS started out, they were very strong. They knew their goal and they went at it until they got it. So I see the question here, what are the goals? What would we recommend? And I just would like to see more of our people involved in this. There's a saying, Kuchte Yantutin Hakusti. And you all are a part of that. That means bringing back the strength of our people. Our culture has changed through the years. We cannot be like how our culture was in the 1900s. No, too many things have come in and affect us away our life, and some changes that happened. So we're having to adjust, and learn. So this is what I think out of everything that I'd like to see people really involved. Don't just go home and it's part of your work, but do something. If you're involved with the A and B, the Tlingit Haida, be strong. when you stand up and speak, because you're speaking on behalf of all of us. Gulchish.
Ms. Chief. Anybody else have any last words? No? Anybody in the audience have questions for the elders or Lauryn?
Welcome back again. So we'll go ahead and move into the next presentation. I hope you guys enjoyed lunch. The week will be looking like this. So lunch on your own throughout the week. Take advantage of it. So our next presenter is Maryisa. I'm so sorry for mispronouncing your last name. Szymkowiak. Nice. Okay. She's with NOAA, and she'll be talking on the climate resilience in Gulf of Alaska.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Maryisa Szymkowiak. I am a research social scientist with NOAA Fisheries here in Juneau. And my talk today is on the work that we've been doing in the region to understand what kinds of climate change sort of changes people are seeing in their system, how folks are responding, and what we kind of need to build resilience in our ecosystem. And first and foremost, I want to acknowledge that I live and work and get to raise my family on these beautiful ancestral lands of the Akwān and Takuquan people. And I thank you for your stewardship of these lands. Someone notes I'm quiet. Maybe I'll try to speak louder into the microphone. Okay. Try again. Okay. Great. Thank you. I noticed online that you guys are having a hard time hearing me, so I'm going to try to speak louder. Please let me know if you are still having a hard time. So this slide really kind of focuses on sort of some of the science that we have in terms of projections around climate change and what we're seeing in the system already, really kind of the big picture of climate change in the North Pacific. Largely, it's manifesting itself in terms of ocean warming and ocean acidification. And the figure here on the left really kind of shows you the predictions around how that is going to continue and increase into the future, including through temperature anomalies. So in addition to sort of the continuation of ocean warming and ocean acidification, we expect to see potential oxygen limitation and changes in ocean circulation and stratification. And those are going to have tremendous impacts on our marine ecosystem. Alaska is also uniquely vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So ocean acidification here is happening at a much faster rate than elsewhere. We had the blob in 2014, 2016. We all sort of experienced how that changed the marine ecosystem with seabird die-offs, fish die-offs, marine mammal die-offs. The system is really still rebounding from that event. And we are expecting marine heat waves such as the blob to continue into the future. And the reason that we're so uniquely vulnerable is not just, because there's this phenomenon of polar amplification where the polar regions of the planet are just seeing climate change happening sort of in a more exaggerated way. It's because of how our human system is really dependent on our marine ecosystems, both economically, socially, and culturally. Okay. So a little bit more about that dependence. It's just some stats on that I'm sure most of you in the room are familiar with, but seafood is our #1 private sector employer in Alaska. 95% of our households participate in some sort of subsistence hunting or fishing, and then 30% of Alaskans really rely on subsistence for their primary source of protein. And we just want to acknowledge that we understand climate change, is this thing that sort of we as NOAA are focusing on, but it's just one of the many threats that is affecting the traditional diets of Alaskans. And it sounds like there was some discussion about that this morning as well. So we're sort of trying to do this interactive forum today where there are discussions, slides interspersed with me talking so that you are not just hearing me talk for the whole time. So I have Abigail is here to sort of help me MC these next sort of the discussion slides in here. And we're hopeful that we can hear from some folks about how you might be dependent on the marine environment that surrounds you. Is it economically? Is it spiritually? Is it for food and subsistence, for sharing networks as part of communities? Other ways of sort of cultural dependence on the marine environment and as part of your rich history. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, so if you guys want to discuss at your tables, if you feel comfortable doing that, go ahead. If you have any observations that you feel brave enough to share with the larger group, we've got a couple mics around and I'd be happy to bring them to you. We've got a hand already.
Yeah, good afternoon. The way I see it, they're all, there's no particular one that really stands out. They're all connected. You know what I mean? For us anyway, for the Native people, that's our way of life right there. There's no one that is more important than the other one. They're all important. So I can't speak to just one. I just want to say, yeah, they're all important to us.
Thank you so much. Is there anything that you sort of see that we might be missing from sort of these, any other thoughts?
All of us are connected throughout, just as Joel has mentioned here. What's important is our connections with each other, I think, and how each of us here carries we're such assets within our own individual sovereign selves and have so much to contribute to the issues we're talking about here, especially as it's connected right here to our traditional way of life and the information that a lot of researchers are now seeking is the knowledge that we hold, traditional knowledge on how to handle resources in a way that is respectful and will be maintained on to the future. And this is where the Women for Forests have been advocating for co-management of natural resources. We're envisioning Tlingit and Haida for the Tongass. We're envisioning Tlingit and Haida Central Council, managing our traditional use areas, so-called subsistence co-management with Alaska, who is tied with the state of Alaska. Right now, the Federal Subsistence Office co-manages with the state of Alaska Department of Fish and Game. That hasn't worked out for us. So we're suggesting something new, and this is co-management of natural resources with Tlingit and Haida Central Council here and Alaska, which is tied into the state of Alaska. So we're not wanting to reinvent the wheel, just change the players, so to speak. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for that discussion. Really sort of appreciate the local connections to these slides, which are not advancing again. Okay, yeah, no problem. So sort of getting back into the sort of research that's happening around taking these environmental changes that I presented around ocean acidification and warming waters to really sort of dig into the impacts around the marine resources that you all rely on. And so I think the biggest point to take away from this is that we are really, trying to understand how climate change is already impacting these species, sort of what can we attribute to climate change versus other stressors? And then what can we sort of predict around how climate change may affect these resources into the future? And so that research has been really, cranking up in the last couple of decades. What we have found is really these two sort of critical patterns, essentially that the effects of climate change are really sort of multifaceted. They're kind of dynamic. And so they're impacting species at all kinds of levels of the biological organization. So cellular, physiological, and so on. The other thing I would note there too is it's sometimes not necessarily a direct impact on the species. It is an impact on what they might be eating. And so scientists are definitely, putting a lot of effort into trying to understand all these dimensions so that you can sort of then have an idea of the overall vulnerability of a species. And what we are finding is what you're already really kind of seeing in the system is that there's a lot of variability in that sensitivity to climate change amongst our species. So I included this graphic here from Krista Oki. She's I think still a postdoc at UIF, and she did research on the impacts that are sort of evident in the system around the decreasing size of salmon. And the graphic really sort of shows the average fish length is decreasing, and that is at least in part attributed to the fact that younger salmon are returning to the streams to spawn. Okay. So Alaskans, as you all know, are really gathering resources from a system that's just fundamentally different than the environment that their ancestors harvested in. And so this graphic on the right just gives you a sense of the kind of discussions that we've been having as social scientists at NOAA to understand what are the impacts that people are seeing in the Gulf of Alaska in relation to their marine resources. And then, it's not sort of climate change isn't occurring in a vacuum, right? And so the other thing that really comes up are the other stressors that are also impacting the system, which may be more of the things that sort of people feel empowered to act upon. And the overall message, as was noted in relation to that first discussion question, was these impacts don't just affect economies of coastal communities. They affect all these things, as you noted, all these connectivities in communities around community well-being, cultural well-being, spiritual well-being, physical health, and mental health, and so on. So this is our next discussion question. It's sort of has, I guess, many parts, sort of wherever you feel most comfortable kind of chiming in. And I'll hand it over to Abigail here. Abigail, can you introduce yeah.
So if you can't read this, this is just asking what changes you've noticed in the marine environment. And so that can look like a lot of things. What are you seeing more of? What are you seeing less of? Are you noticing any physical changes? This morning we heard about clams changing in color and changing in number. What's getting bigger, getting smaller? Does everything seem healthy? And are there any changes in the quality of food from the species you use for subsistence? And are there also any changes in the places you're seeing things that you're used to seeing and harvesting?
Bringing up the quality of salmon that we're used to. You know, the Tlingit people, we only serve the best of the best when we got our cookies and our ceremonial offerings. And these days, we're running into another quality of salmon that's of lesser minor quality, and that's the hatchery fish. It's not good for smoking. It's mushy. Its taste isn't. It's not quality. There's not much we can do with it. So there's a difference in the salmon. We need to identify what is what and protect the wild salmon stocks.
You see a lot of king salmon. They're not growing. The herons are bigger than the king salmon. Yeah. You see them when they're catching them out there. I have a friend out there who's trolling. He says, king salmon are really small. And the one thing too is disappearing is the humpies. The humpies used to have a big hump on the back. Those were one of the best boiled fish ever, with fishermen cookies when you have it. Yeah. And also it's gone is the trouts. The trouts are gone. And you see the cohos, they're small. They're very small. It's like she said that the hatchery fish. I seen one lady trying to sell her half smoked strips up in Anchorage. I was up over there, and I was wondering why she was crying. A bunch of people were selling their fishes, and she was sitting there. She said, and a friend of mine says, "Why don't you go ask her what's wrong?" She's crying because no one would buy her fish because it was hatchery fish. It was just like you said, it was mushy. And I asked her, "What you trying to sell your fish for?" She said, "I have my light bill and my oil is pretty low." I said, "Can I buy that from you?" My friend looked at me, "How are you going to buy it? You don't have much money." I told him, "How much are you selling that cooler? How much do you expect to earn out of it?" She said, $100. Says, "Well, I have it. Can I buy that from you?" And I want to show you. I want to show you. So I I bought it and I gave her the $100 and I opened the package that she had it in. I opened it up, mushy. It wasn't good to eat, and I smell it. You could smell it. You ever have a wet dog outside and in the rain and then bring them on the inside? How it smell? How an animal smell? That's how that smoked fish smell. And she said, "You give me this money?" I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the trash." I told her, you could turn that in. Look, no, you just do what you're gonna do. I can't sell it. Other people were selling their fish because they know they were smoking and they were making smoked strips with real fish, not hatchery fish. Hatchery fish is no good. Too much chemicals, too much poop in them. You know, it's unbelievable. But some people can eat them though. I seen it. I wouldn't bother with it. Also disappearing is halibut. Nangoon used to catch a lot of halibut. Halibut is gone. Even out in the deep, there used to be a lot of what you call I always forget the name. This big sea lions. Used to be a lot of sea lions in Nangoon. A lot of them. You could hear them at nighttime when there's all gathered on the cliff there in Kelp Bay, Basket Bay, up inside Nangoon. You hear them when they're all gathered. You don't hear that no more. You don't hear it. So, wish I knew all the answers to those. What you guys got up there with. I didn't, like I said, I didn't go to school, so I have a hard time trying to figure out what you guys are talking about. I just listening to her about the fish that's all being gone. It's like I said, the clams are dark. When I went to Seattle to be with my brother-in-law, I said, "Let's go get some clams." He said, "They only allow you 5 clams. Let's go get 5 clams and make chowder." So we went out there. Clams are black like this, dark. They were black. 5 clams. None behold, our fishing game was coming walking down, check our bucket. 5 clams. He showed his ticket. 5 clams. So there's a lot going on out there in the ocean. A lot of fish dying. A lot of trouts are not around. Rainbow trouts. And dog salmon are disappearing also. The only way you can see dog salmon is down here in the hatchery fish. You see lots there. But out there, none. And cohos and jacks. There's no more jacks up there in Angola. There used to be a lot of jacks. That's a middle fish become king salmons. You don't see them there no more. So that's all disappearing.
Yeah, like the echo, basically what they've been talking about. The salmon around Cake too is they've been coming back a lot smaller than usual. You're lucky to catch a king salmon nowadays that's 30 pounds. The humpies or the pinks, they're really small. They look like trouts. Like he said, the big males that have big hump on them, you don't see them anymore. You're lucky to see that. We do have a lot of trouts in our rivers or our streams. I'm glad we still got that around, as well as steelhead. But the hatchery dog salmon have pretty much taken over in our area. there's hardly any wild run left in our area for some reason, just not coming back, or they're just got replaced by the hatchery fish, which is a sad case because we don't really like the hatchery fish either. I mean, we make use of them, you know, we'll smoke them and make strips and stuff out of it. Thankfully, they're not real mushy, but we found out if you do get them, you gotta process them right away. You can't leave them sit overnight or anything. You do that and then they just turn mushy. Or if you freeze them and you bring them out of the freezer, same thing, they'll turn mushy. So we learned that in order for it to turn out any good, it would be, you know, to process it right then, get it in the smokehouse, start smoking it. But yeah, we see a lot less of the wild stock coming back. This year we have an exceptional year. It looks like it's all like that all over Southeast. A lot of humpies, a lot of pinks, I mean. And yeah, the cohos, yeah, they're pretty small. So there's something going out there. I don't know, you know, where the ocean used to be able to handle all the fish and don't look like that's happening anymore. So something is changing out there where they're coming back smaller and there's less of them. And the quality, you know, the wild fish is still really good, like the king salmon and all the other wild fish, but I don't care for the hatchery fish. I'll eat them, but only if I process it right away. But like he said, the halibut too, I was a small-time commercial halibut fisherman, and besides the state taking away poundage every year, I had over 5,000 pounds. You know, it's just, I was what they call a weekend warrior, where I work all week and then go out and fish halibut. And but every year the state would take it away, take poundage away, because the size of the halibut start getting smaller and smaller. And I noticed that about 2 years before their observation. Yeah, I was barely catching halibut that were 30 pounds. They were pretty consistent too. There wasn't hardly any real big halibut. Would be, you know, there's a lot of change going out there, you know, probably due to ocean warming, acidification, that blob that you hear about that's out there. You know, it's just a number of things. And the trawling in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. They catch a lot of bycatch of salmon and halibut, crab, everything. So, you know, here we are fighting for scraps and those guys are throwing it overboard. I just don't see the equality in that. Anyway, I thought I'd throw that in there.
Thank you. So I wanted to give you just a sort of a quick slide about some of the work that I've been doing with researchers at the Science Center to sort of really build a baseline understanding of how the changing climate is impacting the Gulf of Alaska and the resilience needs in the region. And I'm really not going to talk about the vast majority of this, except the slide or the sort of graphic at the top there around these regional vulnerability assessments. But I just kind of wanted to give you a sense of how we're sort of digging into all these areas around how climate is being perceived in fisheries management processes, and sort of the impacts on folks in those processes. Overall community adaptation planning, how that's going in the region, and then some emergent fisheries studies that we've been doing. I also provided links if anyone's interested in digging into those things. But this this graphic is sort of a an introduction to this kind of systems approach that we're trying to take now to understand how climate change is impacting the resources that folks rely on, the impacts that that is having on the well-being of individuals and communities, how sort of the governance system is responding, and then all of these sort of dynamics between all of these sort of boxes that you see here. And so digging a little bit into the sort of how these climate impacts go from sort of these environmental effects to then ecological impacts on marine resources to then social, economic, cultural impacts on you know, folks in coastal communities. And we know that as the system is changing, you know, people are shifting in response. And that sort of looks like economic shifts. So in terms of, you know, potentially engagement in different kind of industries or switching species for fishermen. Cultural shift in terms of, you know, changing the way in which subsistence foods are collected, prepared, or consumed. Not to say that there are any substitutes for the resources that folks depend on, but just that responses are already kind of happening in the system. And those responses in and of themselves have an impact on sort of the preservation of cultures and the well-being of communities. And so we're really trying to take a sort of a step back and use kind of this more like real world understanding of how all of these things are connected between each other. And then the social shifts and changes in sort of personal and community behavior, and really trying to work with communities to help us identify those links. We don't know them on our own. So as you all know, different communities really kind of have a sort of different foundation in terms of the species that might be more economically or culturally important in a community. There's also a lot of variability in terms of the season in which things are collected. And so that sort of also has implications for community vulnerabilities. And it's really difficult to understand the sort of scope of these climate change impacts due to how, you know, multifaceted the system is and how multifaceted those impacts then really are. But what we're really sort of fundamentally kind of saying to ourselves is, how can we really know how to adapt to climate change without giving the system the space that it needs for us to understand it sort of fully? And so this next slide here is intended to kind of take that discussion that we were just having about all the changes that you are seeing in the system, and then try to understand, you know, what are then the follow-on impacts, you know, to the human community in which you are. So for your own food security, for the food security of the community that you rely on, that you are in, for sort of the well-being of the community more broadly, and preservation of cultural practices.
Excuse me. I thank you for your presentation and your questions. I think that's something for us, I know as tribes, that's something we're trying to figure out as well. In many of our plans, we've created a Tlingit and Haida, we've created a climate change adaptation plan. And initially those plans were based off tribal subsistence concerns. We are going to be adding onto that adaptation plan for an economic impact as well as a social impact as well. And of course, the social impact still goes into subsistence and food concerns as well. I think one of the things that we are looking to do, of course, you know, with an adaptation aspect to climate change is adjusting. And one of the things we're looking at again in that aspect is mariculture. And we don't know what any of it looks like yet, but I think as we are moving forward, the best approach for us right now is an adaptation plan based off of community concerns.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'm very concerned about the marine environment, but I didn't notice anything on your slide about the connection of the forest, the boreal forest, our spruce hemlock forest, and other species. You know, there are so many other things going on. I just found out, for example, that in order for some of the small cell life, like in the plankton life, that there are some planktons that can't divide unless they have an iron molecule that will help them, you know, then they live in these huge columns in the sea, the plankton does. And the little planktons are eaten by the bigger zooplanktons are eaten by the little fish and the big little fish and so forth. And everything is absolutely interrelated. But the forest is changing. And what I notice in my own, I've lived here for a long time, I used to pick berries in a lot of places, and particularly low bush cranberry and bog cranberries. I can't pick berries there anymore because all those areas have been, are covered now with either various kinds of small plants that are brushy, or they are bigger brush plants, or there's small spruce and small hemlock blooming in there. And there's just a tremendously important connection between the forest and the health of the forest, what happens when areas are logged. And there's been a lot of studies about different places where the sea life has just collapsed because logging has occurred. And this happened in Hokkaido, for example. And I just think we need to understand this, and we know a lot more about how trees communicate with each other, and how trees, the importance of trees to our healthy lives than we did before, but we still aren't, I think, paying enough attention to the health of our forests. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you so much for sort of pointing that out. I think these kinds of conversations are really important for us to sort of conceptualize just how far out to broaden out the system. So the inclusion of forests is a really good point. So I've got 5 minutes left. So I'm basically gonna sort of try to finish up here. So maybe there's just another couple minutes there at the end for a brief discussion. So the systems sort of approach, right, which is essentially how we all kind of interact in the real world. We have all these connectivities between each other and between our environment. And so this project that we're undertaking at NOAA is intended to go into communities and really kind of have these same sort of discussion topics that we've been sort of having here, but sort of a much more kind of intense and longer conversation to help us sort of create an understanding of the system and the connectivities of the environment to the well-being of the communities, and then in turn, how climate change is sort of affecting that well-being, to understand where sort of adaptation, you know, as you were saying, might sort of be best applied, I guess I would say. And so I think this is my last slide before the last discussion. This sort of spider web on the right-hand side looks overwhelming, it's actually a much more reduced version of the sort of models that we build out with communities to really, you know, because of the tremendous connectivity of humans to their environment and you know, the coastal communities of this land. And so the systems sort of approach really kind of gets at all of these connections. And then the other thing that it allows us to do is to understand sort of whether there are feedback loops in, you know, sort of in the system that we might need to engage in to sort of break apart if they are negative in some way. It also allows us to sort of test out hypothetical outcomes and scenarios in these models. So essentially you sort of perturb one of these rectangles, sort of drive it up and see how that affects the rest of the system and so on. And so this is sort of one of our approaches now in sort of encapsulating how climate change is really permutating in coastal communities. So we know sort of where adaptation might be sort of best informed. Okay, I think I've got like 2 minutes here. And the sort of, we wanted to end with a conversation around, you know, how do we take this conversation around what's happening, how it's affecting, in terms of climate change, how it's affecting people's well-being, and then how you might sort of be able to adapt. So you could think of, you know, short-term strategies or long-term strategies. And then, you know, more specifically, you know, are you changing maybe the way you eat or the way in which you harvest resources? We've already heard about a number of changes that people are undertaking. Yeah, I don't know if you want to, if anyone else has.
I'll scan for hands.
Thank you for your presentation. And I like this 5-minute time limit, you know, to even try to explain to you how we've adapted over the many generations to our environment. More so nowadays than in the past, because there's so much pressure put on our resources, right? We're continually having to adapt to our environment, to our fisheries, to our forests, to our, you know, fish and wildlife. It's ongoing. And there isn't no short-term or long-term solution, because it's going to continue because of what man is doing to the environment. It's not going to change unless we change. Not so much the native population, but, you know, the big companies, the oil companies, everybody that are taking their resources from the land. It's not going to change. There's just no way to even predict what next year is going to be like. You know, we hear a prediction from the Fish and Game. Oh yeah, it's going to be a good year. Guess what? Next year comes and there's no fish. And just like this year, thankfully there was some fish. Yeah. But, you know, we've been adapting, especially since contact, adapting our way of life and the way we eat, the way we, you know, everything, not just the what we harvest. Our whole way of life is constantly changing.
Hi, Jill. Are you able to unlock?
Yeah, can you hear me, Kari?
We can hear you, Jill.
Cool.
I just wanted to kind of build off of, I think that was Joel's comments. I can't really tell, but to that end, I'm curious, Maryisa, thank you for your presentation. And I think that, you know, the question of how communities are adapting, I think it was Joel hit it on the head. And I'm curious how NOAA intends to utilize your resource to inform management as it relates to, you know, I think first and foremost, the impacts of climate change on our fisheries and traditional cultural resources is is prominent, right? And our access to subsistence uses of those resources is limited, and we're still pushing to advance that and garner protection for our access to these resources. And so I guess my question for you is, how is NOAA adjusting and adapting to this gathering of information?
Yeah, so the linkages of the sort of arm of NOAA that I work with, which is Alaska Fisheries Science Center, and the council, which is the one that sort of provides the management for the federal fisheries in Alaska, is really that we provide the science for them to make the decisions that they then make. And so, you know, we don't, so it's sort of not necessarily that they go, you know, oh, the research says this, I will therefore make this decision. But we try to provide them with the best scientific information and the more sort of human dimensions, holistic information, sort of from my end as a social scientist, for them to make informed choices about distributions and climate-driven impacts to resources. And then the other thing that NOAA itself is doing right now is that they have a really increased focus on sort of empowering communities in climate resilience and planning. And there's currently a huge grant out for coastal community and regional adaptation planning that includes not just sort of formulating plans, but if there are already sort of plans at hand, then to provide funds to sort of try things out within those plans. So that's kind of where this research feeds it into the kind of NOAA process, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maryisa. And thank you for all the questions and the participation. I think it's important that we have that interaction. So my apologies for cutting it short, but we also want to be respectful for the other presenters and for everyone else listening. So, but I do want to keep pushing out that interaction with the presenters. So thank you guys. Our next presenter for this afternoon is Samia Savell, and she'll be talking about healthy soils and healthy crops. She's with the USDA-NRCS. Thank you, Samia.
Well, that was quite a lot to really think about, and I think everybody in the room's mind is probably way out here thinking about all the effects of climate change. And I'm here to kind of bring us down and sort of focus right in on something that hopefully everyone in this room has some familiarity with, and that's soil. How many people in this room, and sorry for the folks who are online for sidestepping the ability to participate, but how many folks in the room have your own garden at home? And pretty good representation. And how many folks are involved in a local community garden some way? A few fewer there. How many people have maybe a house plant at home? Okay, good. So everybody has a little bit of soil in their lives, and that's a good thing. I'm going to talk a little bit about managing your soil, whether it's in a garden type of situation or in a pot for your houseplant or in your community. Hopefully, people will get involved in growing food for their communities, and talk about how to manage the soil to help support your desired crops. But before we get to that point, we're going to talk about what soil is. It's not dirt. Dirt is what you wash off your clothes when you come back from hunting or from digging in the soil in your own garden. So what is soil health? And then how can you go about supporting crop production by supporting the health of your soil? So it might sound intuitive, but soil is literally the foundation of everything that we see growing above the ground. And that sounds like a no-duh statement, but it's we'll get a little bit more into the details. It's a physical place for your plants to grow. So growth medium, it has nutrients. It also cycles nutrients. There's water. Sometimes there's too much water if you live in Southeast Alaska. There's air, and there's a living community in the soil. And actually what we see on the surface growing and living is just a fraction of what is there in the soil. There's actually quite a lot growing in the soil in terms of animals. So we're going to break down soil into what the individual components typically are. There are minerals. That's usually what we think of when we think of soil. We think of the actual ground up geologic material that becomes the mineral component of soil. But there's also a lot of organic material, and our native soils in Southeast Alaska sometimes have a lot of organic material. Sometimes they're almost entirely made up of organic material, which is a little bit tough to grow crops in, and it usually means that there's a wetland there. And so we want to try to protect those types of resources on the landscape. There's also pore space and, like I said, living organisms. So this is a very generalized graphic from a crop type system in Washington. And it's not necessarily reflective of the types of soils that we typically grow crops in our part of the world. But just to give you an idea, the mineral component is typically a little less than 50% of your soil in your garden or farm. And then also almost 50% is pore space, and that's filled with water and sometimes air. And then usually, the folks in Washington are shooting for around 5% organic material. And a lot of the farms that NRCS works with in Southeast Alaska and gardeners, we're trying to get people to get to lower their organic content to around 10%. 20% organic material is typically thought of as an organic soil and is not usually ideal for growing crops. So soil is not dirt, like I said, but if we want to let's look at the dirt part is categorized into 3 different categories: sand, silt, and clay. And those components are, they have specific particle sizes, and they're shown here in this graphic, but I always have trouble visualizing, I know what sand looks like, and a lot of folks know what silt looks like. When we start talking about clay, we typically don't have clay in Southeast Alaska, even though we sometimes talk about the blue clay that's out there. And that's actually technically not clay because of the size of the particles don't meet that definition of being less than 0.002 millimeters, which I don't know about you, but I have trouble visualizing that. So if I have a basketball, that's about the size of a sand particle. When compared to the golf ball, which would be about the size of a silt particle, and then a clay particle would be about the size of a head of a pin. So that kind of helps me anyway visualize what we're talking about in terms of size, relative size. So that's just the dirt part of dirt. And if we talk about overall soil quality, some of that is tied to the texture of the soil because that's your physical space where your plants are growing. And usually for growing crops, we're trying to aim for sort of the center of this triangle, the clay loam, silt loam, sort of the bottom center and that loam where you have a kind of a balanced combination of sand, silt, and clay. But as I mentioned before, soils are alive and there are a lot of different animals that live in the soil. A lot of the cycling of nutrients in the soil is done by microbes. And so when we talk about soil health, we're really talking about trying to provide a balanced diet for a whole community of animals that's living in the soil and is then helping to feed whatever is growing on the surface of the soil. So again, this is pretty generalized, of course. We don't necessarily, have some of those larger animals that are shown there. But we do have a lot of microbes and fungus in Southeast Alaska soils. And some of us have earthworms, depending on where you live. It turns out that worms are not necessarily native to our area, and they are not present in some of the agricultural soils up north in northern Alaska. So, but a lot of these other components of soil exist. So this is actually the definition of soil that's on the Soil Science Society of America's website. It's very long and wordy. And I find it kind of onerous, actually. The unconsolidated mineral or organic matter on the surface of the earth that has been subjected to and shows the effects of genetic and environmental factors of climate, including water and temperature effects, macro and microorganisms conditioned by relief, acting on parent material over a period of time. Blah, 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 blah. That's like a lot. Too much. So when we talk about soil forming factors, we have the underlying geologic material. We've got living organisms. There's climate, freeze-thaw cycles, heat, rain, snow, ice, all of those things provide forces that are at work on the underlying geologic parent material as well as the living organisms. And of course, time. And these are not hierarchical. They just happen to show up on this slide, top to bottom. But there's a feedback loop in all of this. And this soil profile is not from Southeast Alaska, but it really highlights kind of the complexity. If you were to dig a pit in an area that's growing, in this case, it's a cover crop, how complex the soil might be as you dig down. Different layers, different textures, different types of organisms that you would find at each level. And all of those things come together as a part of a combination of these factors. We sometimes use what's called a Munsell color book to help to characterize the soils. It looks like a little paint chip book, but those colors that are shown there actually help to sort of characterize some of the chemical and physical properties that you might find in different types of soils. And soils are organized into taxonomic groups and names, really similar to how people categorize plants and animals. So if we look at soils on the landscape, these are some very old photos from a soil survey that was done in Skagway. And you can kind of look at what this looks like with the Devil's Club mostly growing on the surface and alders and some spruce in the background. And that particular spot has a soil profile that is actually fairly homogeneous, but you can see roots that extend. That tape is in metric units. So the roots actually extend below 1 meter. And there's kind of a gravelly texture to this soil, a lot of the same color throughout. And then you change to a different location and different types of plants growing on the surface and have a completely different look to that soil profile. This is just a section of a pit that was dug here in Juneau. It's a very organic soil. As you can see at the top, there's a lot of moss, lots of roots into this profile, and there's that so-called blue clay, which isn't really blue, or it isn't really clay, but it does sort of have a bluish tinge, and that's actually a result of the anoxic environment and the fluctuation of water in that soil. Yeah.
Samia,
Yeah.
in regards to clay, like when I've gone out like halibut fishing and like icy straits or anything like that, you always get that kind of substance where you drop your line and it hits the bottom. And is that clay also, or is that the same thing that you're talking about?
It might be something different. So I'm not going to talk about ocean sediments today.
Thank you. Just wanted to see.
We're going to stay on the land for this one, Ray. But yeah, it's interesting. Different types of substrates. So when we talk about growing crops in blue clay, this is potentially something that you might see where you've got sort of rust-colored striations that follow the roots down into the soil or follow maybe a pore space down into the soil. And that's a clue that you're dealing with a soil that's anoxic, so very low oxygen, probably is saturated for a portion of the growing season. And those roots and those pore spaces are allowing air into that soil, and that air causes rust. It causes the oxidation of the iron that's in the soil. So it's probably a good spot to not till up to create a garden. And that can be kind of frustrating for people who want to grow food, but it's usually if that those are the soil conditions, we are in a wetland area. So just remember, there is more living and happening in the soil than on the surface. And you can, so now we're like, that was the soil 101. You can improve your garden's production through the care and feeding of that soil and the community that's living in the soil. So we have Mighty Mini Microbe here. She's our soil hero. And I'll put a bag of Mighty Mini Microbe pins on the back table there if anyone wants any. So when we talk about gardening, we're really looking at the O horizon and the A horizon, that top couple of layers of the soil. And if you're gardening inside on a greenhouse, or if you have a houseplants, that's the extent of where you're at. When you're outside farming or in a community garden or in your backyard garden, you're really focused on the O and the A horizon. And then that E horizon is the zone of leaching, where you might be losing nutrients, which is a bad thing for your crops. It can also be a bad thing for the quality of the groundwater or even of adjacent surface water. So we really try to focus on helping people apply only the amount of fertilizer or amendments that are needed to reach their goals and no more, so that we're not impacting water quality. Big news for a lot of people is that a lot of the stuff that we talk about as soil for gardening and growing crops is not actually soil. So potting soil, it's not soil. It's actually a mixture of peat moss, wood waste, and usually some kind of vermiculite or perlite to help with drainage. Garden soil, usually a mix of topsoil and compost. Topsoil is probably soil, but depending on where it comes from, it may or may not have mineral component to it. It might all be organic matter. It might have contaminants in it. It might have trash in it. So if you're ordering topsoil for your farm or garden, it's something to be aware of. Where is it coming from? Seed starting mix is not soil at all. It's all organic material and maybe some vermiculite or perlite. And that's just to get seeds started. And then you would transfer to something else. We talk about compost. I think there's going to be a presentation about compost. Compost is great. It's not soil. It's also not fertilizer. It's an amendment that helps your soil cycle nutrients and feed the microbes that are living there underneath the surface. So just as we all benefit from a balanced diet, those microbes benefit from a balanced diet too. So you're trying to reach sort of a balance between nutrients, texture, the amount of organic matter, the acidity or alkalinity of your soil, and the nutrients that are available for those organisms. For nutrients, some folks might remember talking about primary and secondary micronutrients in school. Those nutrients are also important for your soil microorganisms, and those organisms cycle the nutrients and make them available to the plants that you're trying to grow and harvest and eat or give as flowers. So 4 things that you can do to help help maintain and keep that balance going is to minimize the disturbance in your soil, to maximize the cover. So keeping things growing on the surface of the soil also helps feed the microbes that are living in the soil. It also helps retain moisture and heat to keep the soil temperature up, which keeps the microbial activity going. Being diverse about what you grow, which is really tricky in Southeast Alaska because we have very few crops that are really well adapted to our environment. But when you start planting potatoes year after year in the same spot, you might start noticing some disease starting to pop up, or maybe where plants don't get as healthy as they used to or produce as much. And part of that, it has to do with the condition of your soil health. So rotating those crops through, providing some different types of food. Just like if we ate candy all the time, we probably wouldn't feel very good, right? So we need a variety of different foods, and so do the critters that are living in the soil. And then keeping that soil active. So keeping things growing in the soil is really helpful. This is a pretty complicated graphic to have up here, but it goes through some of the benefits of different types of conservation practices. And I can put some hard copy handouts on a back table if folks are interested, or you can also get in touch with the local NRCS office and we can always talk with you more. I just wanted to pop this up so that it's hopefully in the presentations for folks to review and maybe Google or look up some of these different organizations later and do a little bit more research if you're interested in helping to improve your soil health. And then our contact information here in Juneau, my coworkers are here. Katie Russell and Kathy Dilly are both here, and we cover all of Southeast Alaska. It's our mission to help private landowners who are engaged in either agricultural or forest land production conserve their natural resources. And we do that on a voluntary basis. We're happy to talk with people about their individual situations. We work with nonprofit organizations, tribes, and we do a variety of different things. I've even talked with people who have convinced me that something I didn't think that I could do through my agency, I could do, and I've done it. So don't hesitate to reach out to us if you have questions or you're trying to grow something for food or for something beautiful, flowers, or even if you're engaged in managing a landscape to support traditional or subsistence foods. We also consider that as a form of agriculture, and we're happy to talk with folks to see what opportunities there are for conserving natural resources on their land. That's it. Does anyone have any questions? I think I made it with a minute to spare.
You did.
Awesome.
I know I have questions for you, but we'll talk later.
Thank you, Samia. All right. Melissa, are you ready?
Yes, hi, can you hear me, Lindsey?
Yeah, we can't see you though.
Okay, let me work on that. How's everybody doing today?
It's actually pretty sunny here today.
Oh, good. This is day one of the forum.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's see if this helps with the video. I've been having some issues. It looks like it's still not coming. No bueno, still not there?
No, we don't see anything yet.
Okay. Well, you're not missing anything. So I wonder, I can continue to try to work on that and also ask, I see some of our co-presenters are here today. I'm wondering, hopefully their videos will work. Hi, Brenda. So great. If I stop my video, you at least, I think, see my photo. Is that right? At least we can start there. Okay. And then we have a couple of other folks who will join us this afternoon as well. And I say this afternoon, but one of the people joining us today is joining in from Palau, where it's first thing in the morning tomorrow. So that's one of the joys of being in a cross-Pacific network, is that we are across many time zones and unified by a big ocean. Okay. Well, I think we could go ahead and get started if you're not too annoyed by the static photo rather than my video. So I'm not sure how to fix it right now.
All right, everybody, this is Maryisa Poe. She's with Washington Sea Grant, and we are going to be talking about the Indigenous Aquaculture Collaborative.
Okay, thank you, Lindsey. Shall I go ahead and get going?
Sounds good.
Okay, and I can share some slides, but I also, if my video is not working, I sent the link to Kari running IT today, so that would help too. Do you have those, Kari? Okay. Well, maybe we can start by some introductions and go around the room with who's joining us. And I'll go ahead and begin my introduction. I'm, really happy to be here. I'm joining today from Seattle. Seattle is the place where I live and work as a guest on the homelands of several Coast Salish tribal communities, including the Suquamish tribe, the Muckleshoot tribe, and the Tulalip Nation, and others who have stewarded these lands and waters since time immemorial. I serve as a social scientist. I'm an environmental anthropologist by training, and I work at Washington Sea Grant. I have the honor and responsibility of coordinating the Cross-Pacific Indigenous Aquaculture Collaborative Network, and many of you fine people are part of the network. And I'm thrilled to be joined today by some awesome Indigenous leaders from across the Pacific. And I'd like to invite them to introduce themselves before we begin with some examples of the work we're doing. Let's see, maybe Brenda, would you go ahead and get started?
Sure. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Sweet. Thanks. Aloha, everyone. I'm Brenda Asuncion. I'm calling in from an area called Waihe. It's on the windward side of the island of Oahu in Hawaii. And I work for a nonprofit organization called Kuaʻāina Ulu Awamo, or we say Kua for short. Kua means back or backbone in the Hawaiian language. And so we talk about ourselves as a backbone organization for various community networks. And the one that I help to steward is called the Hui Mālama Lokoi'a. It's a network of traditional fish pond practitioners and organizations across Hawaii. And I think you'll be able to see more photos, and I can share more about that later. But nice to see you all on the screen, and I can see some of you in the room. So mahalo for having us today.
Mahalo, Brenda. Let's go to Jenny and Bob.
Hey everybody, my name is Jenny Eckert. I am usually based in Juneau, but today I'm in Sitka and I'm honored to be here with Bob Sam. I have many hats. I'm a professor at the university in the College of Fisheries and also the director of Alaska Sea Grant. And it's been really, really enriching to participate in the Indigenous Aquaculture Collaborative with many of the folks that are here today. So, Bob, over to you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Bob Sam. I'm currently on the Tribal Council for Sitka Tribe of Alaska. It's an honor to be here. I participate in other conferences with Sea Grant and others, so I'm very happy to participate today. I have other hats as well, but I'll introduce later.
Thank you. Joe, you ready to make a brief introduction?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Williams. I am the Swinomish Shellfish Community Liaison currently. I'm also tribal fisherman and former tribal leader. So like Bob, I kind of wear a few hats, and very excited to be here with you folks today. to talk Indigenous aquaculture. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so I was wondering if Kari might be able to share a few slides that just really have images. So we're gonna, just talk from the heart and talk together as a forum. But there's a few beautiful pictures of the different places where we're calling in today. And there's one other person who we might have the chance to hear from, a beloved member of our network named Anne Sengeo, who is a leader in Palau. She has some important things to share about her experiences. But I think, today's dialogue really is to just kind of briefly go around and talk about some of the ways in which we all come together in this collaborative network. And this first slide here, I think we can go ahead and advance to the third slide. Thank you. There. And I just wanted to kind of set the stage a little bit for everyone at the forum to describe what the Indigenous Aquaculture Collaborative Network is and how we work. We formed as a network in 2019 with some seed funding from NOAA Sea Grant, but the reality is, as a network, we were coming together with a lot of existing relationships within place-based communities, and realized that in many different places around the Pacific, communities were working in various phases of revitalizing and reactivating their traditional food systems, things that we might think of as indigenous aquaculture. And so there was a desire by partners to come together and have a chance to learn, to share in these community dialogues, to be present in each other's places, to help with some collective work, advancing and moving rocks and doing hard work, but really also being together in both cultural practice and spiritual healing. So some of the examples of indigenous aquaculture, these are really what we might think of also as biocultural systems, such as clam gardens, fish ponds, stone fish trap complexes, reef nets, root marshes, oyster beds, and a lot of other kinds of habitats and ecosystems that have been cultivated over many thousands of years based in indigenous knowledge and observation, and that feed communities in many ways, feed them in the respective nutrition and calories as needed, but also provide the context for governance and sovereignty, also cultural, intergenerational, and spiritual sustenance. And so when we all get together, these are all the things that we focus on in order to learn together and uplift these practices and better understand how to ensure their continuance into the future. And as a cross-Pacific collaborative, we've been growing to include practitioners of these kinds of ancestral mariculture and stewardship from places around the Pacific. And so we have probably around 100 members of our network, and these are knowledge holders, elders, restoration practitioners, students, and researchers who come from places known today as Washington, British Columbia, Alaska, Hawaii, Guam, Palau, and elsewhere in the Pacific Basin. We have, because of the pandemic, we've had a lot of virtual knowledge exchanges that we've had the opportunity to learn from folks in Australia and what they're doing to restore their their cultural oysters. We've heard from people from all around the shared Pacific Ocean. And so these gatherings really are a way to honor and celebrate the grassroots initiatives in places by Indigenous leaders and their communities for their own purposes. And so I thought it would be helpful if we turn to one another and hear from some of the leaders of gatherings in places where we've had a chance so far to join and to share in this work. And maybe we can get started first with Brenda. There is one slide that might support Brenda's sharing, but that's up to Brenda how she would like to proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Melissa. Um, yeah, so Melissa gave a little bit of the history of how the collaborative first came together, and she said it really the relationships and connections started in 2019. The Fish Pond Network, the name of it is the Hui Mālama Lokoi'a. That's what I said earlier. That's the name of the network of fish pond groups here in Hawaii. They first started meeting in 2004, and my organization has been supporting annual gatherings, smaller workshops and trainings for them across the Hawaiian Islands since 2013. So that's an example of what she had mentioned. There were existing networks and efforts for knowledge exchange in various places. So this is the one in Hawaii that is a part of this collaborative, and I think we were fortunate to come in on it because we had already been partnering and working with Hawaii Sea Grant for several years on different projects that support this fish pond network. So this photo is an example of the ways that they come together to do restoration at these traditional fish ponds here in Hawaii. I think this one is from their annual gathering in 2015. It's on this island, Oahu. And you can kind of see it's shallow waters. These ponds are typically in the estuary, productive nursery areas across our islands, places where there's brackish water, that good mixture of fresh and salt water. And they're basically along a spectrum of fish traps, with gates that fish can go in and out with the rising and falling tides. And then also because they're in these nursery areas, certain forms of fish ponds actually are meant for cultivating and growing fish from small sizes up to a harvestable size. So a lot of the work that we do together is this kind of, they're in a line, these people are in a line passing rocks from one area to build up the wall in another area. So that's often what our gatherings look like, doing the physical work of restoring these places that in many cases have been neglected for a few hundred years, and also doing the work of building this community together, building up our understanding of this traditional practice, in our contemporary contexts, and building up forms of community-based grassroots governance for them to make decisions together and to build their collective power in our, broader society of how decisions get made in our lands and waters. So that's kind of what the Hui Mālama Lokoi'a is about. And I think, our folks in the network who have been able to participate directly in the collaborative gatherings have expressed that it's just like a broader way to affirm their work and the commonalities and relationship between Indigenous people and practices across, these oceans that really unite us. And I mean, just this past week, there was a group from Paquachin that came to Hawaii, and they stayed at the fish pond that helped to host the Indigenous Aquaculture Collaborative in 2020 when we first met all together. And there also was a small group from Northwestern Indian College that just happened to be here the same week, and those relationships have grown through the collaborative. I think there might be some folks from Swinomish coming later in the year, and yeah. So I think this is just an example of one way that You know, we're building relationships across our oceans and supporting one another. Um, I don't know if there's anything else you wanted me to add, Melissa. You know, we're kind of just sharing.
Oh, that's great, Brenda. Yeah, I bet if folks have questions, we can come back to that. That's a really good setup for Joe, who can maybe share a little bit about a most recent gathering.
Thanks, Melissa. So I was thinking, Brenda and her crew over there got to host my son and his girlfriend a few weeks back at one of the fish ponds, and I've been trying to get my children into this indigenous aquaculture kind of this mode, right? And this is one of my older sons who is 24, and so he goes to Hawaii on vacation, and I spoke with Brenda, and she set up a tour for him and his girlfriend. And I couldn't get him motivated to show up to his own clam garden. But I will tell you, after visiting the fish ponds in Hawaii, I think that the spark has been kind of ignited. So, you know, I love the way this collaborative works. You know, if I'm not able to make a connection, you know, someone else in the group obviously can. And I love this picture that Melissa put up. I think this is from our when we started construction of our the wall for our new clam garden. And you know, that was, for me, it was, and the rest of our shellfish crew here at Swinomish was just an amazing day, and kind of like the culmination for 5 years worth of work. For those of you that don't maybe necessarily know exactly what a clam garden is, that wall that we're constructing there, you know, passing down rocks, as Brenda had described, you know, their work events being, you know, that we moved, I think, 30 tons of rock within, I think, 2 days when we started the construction of that wall, which will eventually form, you know, our terrace and be the become like an artificial reef. And you know, as we tend that garden, you know, will increase the biodiversity of that area. And you know, this is something new for me. Before, I think it was like the end of 2016 or 2017, the beginning of 2017 is when, you know, I was introduced to clam gardens, and I was able to travel to up into the Gulf Islands with some of the crew from Parks Canada that were doing restoration projects up there. And I literally had no idea what I was getting into, what I was walking into. And you know, we showed up in January in the middle of the night and had a little headlamp on, and I walked down into this beautiful beach, and was kind of introduced to, you know, some of the, you know, way of life that the Coast Salish people had lived, you know, pre-contact, pre-colonization. And for me, being able to set foot on those beaches that were stewarded, you know, by my ancestors thousands of years ago. I think that the first one that I set foot on, I think, was like 4,000 years old. And to grab a stone and place it on a wall that, you know, probably one of my ancestors had you know, placed there thousands of years ago, and helped tend a community garden that was tended, you know, by my ancestors thousands of years ago, really just touched my spirit, you know, my soul, and that was really life-changing for me. And to get busy with the Clam Garden Network and the you know, kind of the beginning of our what do we call it, I can't remember, the tab, the group that, you know, where the technical advisory board, where we started kind of putting together the idea of building our own clam garden. And you know, that whole process, going through the permitting and just creating these relationships throughout the Pacific, and having the opportunity to travel to Hawaii in 2019, or in 2020, wasn't it? It was just this whole experience has been just amazing. And you know, the fact that our clam garden was the whole project was pretty much led by our community, decisions that were made by the Swinomish community, you know, from location to you know, what the garden is going to be used for. Our community was very adamant about this garden only being used for subsistence and education. So basically teaching this practice and gathering food for our tables, which, you know, made me feel very good about what we are doing, because a lot of our beaches, we can no longer dig for food. And so there's only just this small little bay where we are building our clam garden that is pretty much where we get to gather our clams for subsistence. And so the fact that this garden will not be used for commercial harvest is it makes me feel good about what we're doing, because I think a lot of the beaches in our area that we cannot dig for food, the clams are dug pretty much just for commercial harvest, mainly for crab bait. And you know, that's a real hard pill for me to swallow. And so this particular event here was, I think, the second actual event that we had hosted at, you know, at our new garden. And I think we had 50 people per day show up and move rock. And just the feeling that you get, you know, from having the community presence on this beach that hasn't really had much Swinomish presence for the last couple generations. You know, the feeling was just really heartwarming, because, you know, we had some elders there that were sharing stories and memory, you know, just memories of when they were just little, you know, youngsters out there with their aunts, digging. And one elder shared a story that really just touched me and kind of reassured what we're trying to bring back. You know, this particular elder spoke of, I think he was talking about 3 of his aunts had brought him out to this island, Kick-It, where we have our new garden. And he was talking about how one of his aunties would go out and she would dig horse clams, and another aunt would go up into the woods and she would gather ironwood, and another aunt would start the fire and start processing these clams. And they would smoke their horse clams right on the beach there. And you know, they would, of course, all the while they're telling stories to, you know, their nephew. And you know, stories like this wouldn't have come out if we weren't back on this beach, you know, back on this park where we hadn't really had access for a long time. And historically, it's a very significant place to the Swinomish people. Me personally, I had never been able to dig clams on these shores until I started working for Swinomish on this project, and had never even thought to visit Kickit really growing up, because I knew it was off limits for us due to the particular land ownership at that time. And so for me, coming to work for Swinomish and getting to work on this project and get acquainted with these lands, this island and these beaches, it's now become, you know, my favorite place in our homeland. So, and I think the more Swinomish people that we get to this beach and reacquaint, you know, to these beaches, you know, more of these stories will come out and more of the language will come out. You know, I think a lot of our language comes from different places, different camps, you know, within our territory. So as our elders, you know, share stories, we hear different parts of our language come out, and a lot of stories that are definitely just place based to these certain camps or these certain gardens or these beaches that we're tending. And so a whole different part of our identity is coming to life through this teaching. So I think that's what I have. Oh, I guess I didn't talk about our summit, which was just that was another amazing. I didn't know how we were going to keep up with how the Hawaiians hosted us in 2020, because that was something special to be able to go to Hawaii and work on these fish ponds. And that was another experience for me that was just, it was life-changing, you know. Up until I got busy with this Indigenous Aquaculture network, I've just been a harvester. You know, my entire life I've fished on the Salish Sea and through the west coast of the United States, you know, up into Alaska. Currently I fish on, you know, off the coast of Washington State for Dungeness crab. And, you know, I've lived my life solely just harvesting. And getting into the Indigenous aquaculture work has just completely opened my eyes to a different level of stewardship. And being in Hawaii and working in different aspects of you know, those traps, from removing, you know, invasive plants to moving rocks, and just the community aspect of it is just really, really touching. And of course the food, I think Indigenous people, you know, we have a way deeper connection to our food. And so when you're invited into someone else's homeland and they're sharing their foods with you, and just what it means to watch that food be prepared, and of course, you know, the teachings that come behind that is just, it's just touching. It's mind-blowing. And a part of my culture that I really didn't pay attention to, honestly, just from harvesting. I've always lived fishing salmon and shellfish, and I know the waters in our area like the back of my hand. I know the tides, you know, I know the currents, but this is just a whole different teaching that I hadn't really paid attention to, and it's just been so eye-opening for me. And so when we got to host the summit here at Swinomish, we were really trying to be very mindful of how to keep everybody well fed, of course, and making sure everybody got to eat foods from our homelands, and definitely trying to showcase some of the beaches and our territory, which I think is, for me, even living here, I think sometimes it's kind of like, it's just home, you know. And then I get out on the water. I could be going through Deception Pass some days and just realize that, you know, we live in, for me, you know, the most beautiful place on the planet. So being able to show that off was just, it was fun. And all of the friendship and, you know, just the networking that got to take place during those 3 days was just, it was a blast. I know for some of my coworkers, it was leading up to it was really just amazing amount of work, and at times was very frustrating. But then when we actually got to the summit, it was so rewarding, because I think we, as our Indigenous aquaculture community, we've been waiting for this for quite some time. I think we were supposed to host in 21, and I didn't get to do it until this summer. So just to be able to get to that point, it was fulfilling, I guess, to say the least. So I think that's probably all I have to share for right now. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Joe. Those are incredible reflections and brought me back to the beach, and just love you sharing the lessons. I think one more opportunity from our panel. We want to invite the opportunity for Bob Sam to share reflections. If you're prepared, I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot, so I don't want you to feel that you're too much pressure, but yeah.
I attended the Swinomish conference, and it was really special time for me to meet people that are interested in clam gardens and cultural sites. I'm kind of a caretaker, and I'm very interested in ancient sites, fort sites, cemeteries, midden sites, and clam gardens. When I attended the last conference in Swinomish, my health was a little bit out of balance, where I couldn't walk on the beach, and it was really a struggle for me. So I decided to have a spiritual awakening and work on my health. And I visited a traditional healer so that I could work on my health, my knee, so I could walk more on the beach, because it's such a spiritual experience to walk in the footsteps of your ancestors and place rocks on rock walls. It's really centers you. It makes you feel a part of. And when you do that, it actually makes you become your own ancestor. And it awakens up your spirituality and keeps you grounded and make you feel a part of. And it also makes you feel like you're doing something for the future generation. And it connects you with the land, the ocean, so that you can improve your health, improve your well-being, and it really makes me feel special. I was very I feel like an educated person all my life, learning Scientific American, all that other stuff. But as I got older, I got interested in my own culture, my own wisdom, my own intellect, what I have to offer the table. And that's this kind of stuff. And empowering myself to straighten up my back, make my voice strong, share what I know, and allow wisdom to come out. What a powerful feeling that is. So I'm very excited to participate and to share and to be partners with the scientific community and have us work together, have us come to the table and discuss ancient knowledge. Wow, what a partnership is really important, bringing the people together and so that we could see each other as taking our rightful place. So I have lots to share and I want to share so much more and to welcome you to my homeland of Sitka, Alaska, where we have wild clams, wildlife, whales, we have ocean, we have mountains, we have ancient places to share. We have something to bring to the table. So I'm looking forward to participating more. And what I've experienced from my last trip to Swinomish was traditional healing practices. I couldn't walk on the beach, so I pushed myself. Now I can walk, now I can run, and it's from being part of nature that I could do this stuff. So I really want to say, Kanashtish, thank you for allowing me to find my health so that I could participate more. And I hope that's positive because I want to be positive and I want to find my traditions and make it appropriate for today, for the time I live in. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Very, very wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing those reflections and what you've been experiencing. I'm so excited to spend time together again. And to close out our panel, I would like to turn back over to Lindsey and Kari to help share what's coming ahead.
All right. So you guys heard about our trip to Hawaii in 2020, and you heard about our trip to Washington this year. Next year, everybody's coming here. We are going to co-host with Sitka Tribe in Sitka and invite the collaborative to Sitka for an event May 11th or May 8th through May 11th.
I think, I would just like to echo some of the thoughts that we heard from our other collaborators across the Pacific, that this is a really amazing and unique time to really lean into the opportunity to share with our cross-Pacific partnerships. In many ways, we're doing it right now. I'm Hawaiian and I live here in Sitka, and I have had the pleasure to work with tribes around shellfish and harmful algal blooms for the past many years now. And I couldn't be more excited to be here and learning from the folks who you saw on the screen. And like Melissa said, there's 100 other folks in that collaboration than the folks in this room. And then, like I said, I've worked with the tribes and through many of the with many of the tribes here in this region for years, and it has been by far the highlight of my life. And looking forward to next year, we have so many opportunities, so many things to share. And you know, we had a little bit of some things put together we don't quite have time for, but we're looking for input from you folks. So we heard from Joe, one of the most special things is to share the local foods, the traditional foods. What can we share with the folks from Washington, with the folks from Hawaii? How can we showcase the foods of all over coastal Alaska? You know, we're going to host it here in Southeast, but we all know there's a lot of coastline in Alaska besides here in Southeast. How can we showcase those foods in their work? So many options. We're looking for folks to join the committee, the working committee. So if you've got interest, you've got ideas, you want to join, you can find me, you can find Lindsey. Maybe you don't have time or space for a committee, but you're like, oh, I've got this amazing thing. I saw this, you know, fish trap outside of Petersburg this one time, and I really want to make sure that other people know about it. Shoot us an email, come talk to us this week. It's a big, big region, lots to know, lots to share. And come May, it's on a low tide in Sitka, so we'll get the opportunity to go out to the beach and maybe show some folks what rain really looks like. But I think we're just really excited. We're looking for your energy and interest as well. So if you're interested in this, come speak to us over the next few days. And there's lots of work to be done over the next year to prepare to welcome all the folks from around the Pacific.
That's really exciting. We're nearing the end of the hour, so I wonder if there's any last minute parting words or things that need to be said. Looks like everyone is content. And so Gunalchich, Haichka, Mahalo, thank you everyone for this time to join in a hybrid space. Really hope you have a wonderful and energizing and inspiring few days at your environmental forum, and also that you get a chance to lift each other up in all the incredible work you're doing and feel the celebration. Looking forward to seeing many of you in May.
Thank you everyone for hopping on and joining us today. Ganesh Chish, Bob.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to switch it on over. We have Juliana here.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Robert Venables. I'm the Executive Director for Southeast Conference, which is the Regional Economic Development District for all of Southeast Alaska. It's an honor to be invited here in your house, on your lands, to talk about some of the vast resources that surround us. So just a little bit about Southeast Conference. Besides being the planning organization, we were privileged to receive a large grant for developing a mariculture industry. And so we've been going around the region and across the state to listen and to have conversations about what are the goals that our local communities have for developing this resource. And it is different and it's fine, whatever that skill is. We want to get that input. And so we're going to have a little interactive a session with you here to kind of continue that course. The mission statement for Southeast Conference is supporting activities that promote strong economies, healthy communities, and a quality environment in Southeast Alaska. And as President Peterson and I often talk to each other about what does that mean, and the core basis is healthy communities, healthy tribes, healthy communities, and I think we're really seeing that take off now. And so, the economic opportunities that mariculture presents and the impacts that it has on promoting healthy oceans and opportunities for living wage jobs and quality products, we're excited to see what that brings to us over the next couple of years. And we're excited to engage you as well today to get your input. So I'm going to introduce Juliana, who is the program manager for the Build Back Better Regional Challenge, and she will introduce the rest of the team, which is Brooke. It is Kai just taking notes. She'll be pointed out someplace. So take it away.
Thank you, Robert. I'm Juliana Leggett, and I work for Southeast Conference, and I'm the project manager for the Build Back Better grant. And then Kite over here is our project coordinator. And so we've got a few other members of our team that are helping run the grant, but also really excited to get to introduce you. Of course, you guys probably already know Brooke, but we're really excited to have Brooke on our team. And we'll just let Brooke kind of introduce herself and start us out with a very short presentation, and then we'll get right into a discussion.
Great. So a big portion of our time today that we're spending with you is actually going to be given to letting you all sit with each other in diverse groups to discuss some thoughts. And so my first question is, look at the table you're sitting at. And if you know most of the people at that table, or you all work for the same entity, you're probably not considered a diverse group. So we're going to give like a couple minutes for people to get up, move around before we start, to just find a musical chairs landing seat at a table with some folks that maybe you haven't collaborated with before. So go. If you can think of like an example question as we talk, and something that's in your mind, just write it, or like a statement or a question or a follow-up action, just jot it on a sticky note and put it up for an example. Just something, it needs to be organically like inspired. You got it. All right, it looks like people are getting situated. So for the any newcomers to the room, or those that are still looking for a table, diverse groups, look for a diverse group, not people that you work with every day. And we're also going to ask that you hold this question in your mind as we give our presentation today, because this is the question you're going to be discussing in your newfound groups or friends. Historically, big industry has made mistakes in mismanagement of resources that has led to the depletion or near depletion of the resources. Considering this, how can the upcoming mariculture industry be a platform for community and indigenous-led industry to avoid throwing our resources out of balance? So hold that question in your mind. Fur trade, gold trading, timber, mining, fishing, big industry that have come into Alaska and used their systems and their methodologies to extract resources. All right, so hold that question in your mind, and we're gonna just talk a little bit now about why mariculture. So I introduced myself briefly this morning. My name is Brooke Leslie. My Tlingit name is Wushkika. I am from Wrangell. I am Tlingit and Haida, and I am the new rural economic development catalyst for spruce root. And I am the project manager for our Alaska Mariculture Alliance contract to do community outreach and liaison work. And so mariculture, why mariculture? It's a new industry coming to Alaska potentially, and we want to look at the opportunities and benefits for Alaskans, but we want to look at it within a framework that looks at the economic barriers to entry as well as opportunities, looking at it as macro and micro industry, looking at the environmental impacts of mariculture as well as food security and community buy-in. And so there's a lot of opportunities for mariculture in Alaska, and it's still a little bit ambiguous as far as it's starting up here, but there's a lot of work yet to be done in mariculture. And so this is just one of those scopes of work that is being done right now.
Great. Thanks, Brooke. And so really quickly, just to give you guys a little bit of background on this whole Build Back Better Mariculture grant, if you haven't heard about it, Southeast Conference, which is the organization that I work for, was asked to submit a proposal to the Economic Development Administration for this Build Back Better Regional Challenge grant, to put in a proposal to help support the industry in mariculture development in Alaska. So we did. Long story short, we were selected as a finalist, and so that's kind of the origin of this specific federal grant opportunity and kind of how we got involved with it. So the mission of the overall grant that we're talking about today is to accelerate a viable and sustainable mariculture industry for the long-term benefit of Alaska's economy, environment, and underserved communities. I have a much more detailed slide deck that I use that goes into all the different projects, but for the purposes of this, for today, we really wanted to have more time for discussion. So this is a really high level view. So the grant itself is a $49 million grant with about $15 million in kind and cash match from other organizations. The project has 7 different buckets. And the next slide will kind of show you what those buckets are. And then currently we have about 13 different sub-award recipients that are helping implement different scopes of work within each of the projects. Spruce Root is a sub-award that's implementing one of the projects. And then a little bit closer, zooming in, another kind of high level look, the top darker blue, those are the buckets of projects that we have in this whole entire mariculture grant. And what we're trying to do is kind of lift up all the different areas that all need to kind of happen at the same time for the industry to become viable, and also for it to be something that's going to be an opportunity for economic resiliency in our coastal communities. And so we have a revolving loan fund we're going to be setting up to help address the need to access capital. We have a governance, coordination, and outreach component that Brooke will talk a little bit more about here in a little bit. Workforce development, research and development. The research and development is doing a lot of really in-depth look at the environmental impacts of mariculture farming, and also just better understanding not only the different species that we're looking at, but understanding our regulatory structure and how can we do this in a successful way that's beneficial to our environment, and also is an opportunity for economic resiliency for our rural communities in coastal Alaska. Marketing, we're working on marketing because you can't really sell anything if there's not a market to sell it to. So we're doing some work there. Green energy, we're going to be looking at current energy usage and understanding where the industry is at currently and how we can move to more renewable energy resources as this industry develops, and trying to do that at the ground floor rather than going back later and trying to do that after the fact. And then equipment and technology is another component where we're helping build up the infrastructure in Alaska to be able to participate in this industry. So that's a really high level overview of the projects. Happy to answer any questions about any of these projects if anyone has interest. This is our website, alaskaMaricultureCluster.org. There's project descriptions, timelines, all kinds of information about each of the projects. And this is also where we are posting grant opportunities, RFPs, workshops, trainings, news, all kinds of stuff. So this is a really good spot to check out. You can sign up on an email list here and get notifications when something's happening. So that's just a high level overview. And I'm going to pass it back to Brooke. All right. So thank you, Juliana. So for the purposes of this presentation, we're really going to focus on just one of the 7 components that are under this scope of work. And that is the governance, coordination, and outreach. So Spruce Root was contracted to provide the community outreach and liaison services here in Southeast Alaska. We all know we have an abundance of coastline, which is an opportunity for economic development in natural resources, things that are already happening here in Alaska. But we also have a big history of what happens when we extract things in an overharvest, or we enter into an industry without having full knowledge of the effects it's going to have on our ecosystem, not just the planet, but also our communities and our people. So all of the things. And so the entire mission of this component of the project is that the AMC will allow time for conversations with communities, trust building, planning. We want community buy-in. So this is an opportunity for each individual community, each individual tribal organizations to ask questions, provide feedback, and give an understanding of what mariculture looks like or should look like for them. Concerns you have, opportunities that you have, and through these community outreach efforts, that information and data will be collected and reported back to the AMA to figure out what our next steps are going to be, so that this truly is a community-led mission and industry, community and Indigenous-led mission and industry, and how we can utilize Indigenous values for stewardship and guidance of the framework of this industry that's coming to Alaska. So here's your question, and it's going to be up here on the board. You guys are going to have 10 minutes to discuss amongst yourselves as a group this question and the statement. There are sticky notes that are on each table. So if more specific questions or statements come out of that, please write it down on your sticky note, and you're going to go ahead and put it on this, we'll just call it a very large post-it here for mariculture discussion. After 10 minutes, we're going to ask that you pick one person from your table to kind of give a debrief to the room about the things that came up in your group discussion. Questions? All right. Remember, diverse groups, go. All right, so we are going to wrap up those conversations. And do we have a volunteer table of who would like to go first? Unpacking a little bit about what you talked about. Okay, great. Table in the back right.
Okay, so we covered a lot of different topics. I think some stuff that we covered is to keep things from getting out of control. There needs to be a way to prevent monopolies, to keep the industry and the market balanced. So instead of sort of one person buying up a whole bunch of small scale farms, etc., keep the market balanced, keep a lot of players in the market. Keep it small scale. I think defining your customer is going to be really important. Are we growing our mariculture industry to feed ourselves? Are we sending these abroad? Are we sending them overseas to Asia? I mean, that economy of scale is going to really change how big of an industry this gets. We talked about using native species, making sure that we're not introducing invasives to our environments, creating huge problems that we then have to backtrack and fix later. We talked about using local knowledge to help shape the industry in the local areas that they're located. making space for local ecosystems, making sure that the predator prey cycles are still balanced, that there is room for the native ecosystems to live. Setting up a monitoring system metrics so you know when you've gotten too big or too small or something is out of balance. And then one thing we also touched on is to kind of think about what is a fair permitting process. Who gets a permit? How do you decide who should get this farm in this one location if that's all that you're going to have? So we touched on a lot of stuff in the 10 minutes that we were talking, but yeah. So thank you.
All right, we talked about a lot too. We talked about making the permits for Alaska residents only. We could have like a PFD type application for fishing and for mariculture, and also raising the out-of-state price. Limiting permits, including farmed and wild, and limiting acreage for our permitting. Is that it? Did I miss anything? And what they said too.
We had a lovely discussion and found ourselves having more questions than we had answers. I think that was the net effect of what we discussed at this table. Is that a fair assessment?
We also had a lot of questions. We made sure we Googled what mariculture is. And then we talked mostly about large scale versus small scale stuff. And in the communities that we're involved in, we see a lot of smaller scale things, and that seems to be a way to prevent. We were talking about scarring on the ocean floors from seining and trolling and that sort of thing. So that was sort of one of the biggest parts of our discussion. And yeah, we were learning ourselves.
Okay, you guys have covered a lot of ground, so you didn't leave a lot for us to revisit, but I think everybody has said something that we also had touched on in our group. We had a lot of really great discussions. Most of them revolved around kind of the economies of scale that the first group had talked about, and like the biological appropriateness and the fear of things turning into monocropped species. Just like, we made a lot of comparisons between terrestrial systems and aquatic systems and how these are, the same concerns, and people have brought them up, so I won't repeat them. I'm trying to find something new and novel that you guys haven't covered. And I think maybe the only thing we had talked about a little bit more of like the small scale local connectedness of these projects, and how giving back, like either having some kind of system where you encourage or enforce like local involvement in these systems, so it's not just out of towners coming in, or giving back to the communities in which the systems are. So like if you have an oyster farm that, 10% of your oysters are going to local community food banks or whatever that system looks like. So just having more buy-in from local communities in all the ways you sort of can do that. Was there anything else, group? Oh, yes.
I just want to make a comment about something I heard from a different table. Trolling and seining do not scar the ocean bottom. If you're doing it right, you don't touch the ocean bottom. Trawling scrapes the ocean bottom. It's different. AWL. Trolling is poles with a line with hooks. It doesn't touch the ocean bottom. Seining is there's a pool of fish and you scoop them up with a net. You don't touch the ocean bottom. Trawling is the fishery that scrapes the ocean bottom and catches everything, intended or not, and they pitch overboard whatever that is not the intended catch. Thank you.
All right, so our group said a lot about everything else that everyone said, but one thing is more communication between the industry and local groups, and probably I think we would all agree to kind of keep it on a smaller scale than the bigger scale. And so we can all learn how to do it smartly, and there's a lot of transparency. So we all know what's going on and no one's like surprised of what's happening. One question came up was who regulates it? And so, and how do we keep it, keep the community engagement and then a participation also, make sure that the communities are engaged in what's happening. Then yeah, a lot of it was just like making sure that there's just everything's connected. So work with other industries. So we were talking about how the land is also connected to the ocean and the streams and the salmon. So similarly to how mariculture may take off, we also want to talk to folks who are doing things on land, like the other industries. So keep the whole more holistic approach a part of it. Capture it all. Anything else? I'm gonna pick who I know.
I'm not going to repeat what everybody said on the other tables, but I think one thing that is missing and has been missing in natural resources on the state level is tribes and villages at the table, and they need to be part of the permit process, and they need to have a say-so in if a permit is going to be denied or accepted. Yeah, that's about it.
I'm only doing the talking because I made the mistake of taking notes, so no. But on behalf of this group, they echoed most of what everybody said in this room. And our group, I think the feeling overall was caution. And people in this group really want the communities to benefit directly from the mariculture industry, and they were also concerned that communities at the same time felt pressured to get involved with mariculture, but also that tribes were worried that they would lose out if they don't kind of get their permits in and that sort of thing. And we talked about just how that we hope that the industry starts with what the communities want, and that's not an afterthought. Also changing ocean conditions, that if we invest in things like shellfish farms now and the ocean conditions change, that's a concern. And then there was a discussion and concern about wild stocks of kelp forests. And then also just that mariculture operations take over our favorite places.
So how did that feel for everyone, kind of being able to have some space to talk through this really big question of something that's going to be coming to Southeast Alaska? Was it challenging? Was it too ambiguous? Did you get valuable feedback? I feel like the pulse of the room is that everybody seems to share very similar concerns about equity, stewardship, fairness, permitting. And so what we're going to ask is that you would please come. We tried to take the notes of the comments that you were making, but if you could, categorize them or write your question on the sticky and come put it up here for us. Or if you took a page of notes and you want to share that with us, you can bring that up here. We also have a notepad. And so maybe not all communities want mariculture. Maybe not everybody wants mariculture outreach or information facilitation in their community. So these are also questions that we have for you. So if you're from a community and you would like to have more mariculture outreach or information and resources shared with you, please make sure that you have one person at least from your organization or your community sign up on this, because that lets us know where we need to go next, who we need to be talking to. And with that, that really does wrap up our presentation, our time with you. So Gunakshish, Hawa, and thank you.
Yeah, we got you. Everybody okay? Can you hear me good enough?
Closer, further away? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Randy Bates. I'm the Director of Water within Department of Environmental Conservation. I just got a few updates for you today. I'll very quick background on me. I'm a Juneau kid, graduated high school here. I still commercial fish. I both gill net and power troll or hand troll here in Southeast. And so I'm dependent upon many of the fish that you guys enjoy eating too. At Taku River, Chilkat, Lynn Canal, other areas. I predominantly fish in the summer times up the Taku River. So just beautiful, and the sockeye that we get and the chum salmon are fantastic. A few kings too. So local kid here from Southeast, been with the state nearly 25 years, state of Alaska. Gina, who many of you met this morning, we worked together on coastal management for 14 years. It was a labor of love that passed in 2011. So we obviously found different careers in a different field, but coastal management was very near and dear. Gina was a local government specialist, and the two of us got to travel probably to most of the coastal communities in Alaska. There is beauty everywhere we go, north, east, south, southeast, northeast, west, everywhere we go. So we've been very, very fortunate to see some incredible parts of Alaska, meet with incredible individuals. We've got to meet with many of you here over the course of time as well. So very privileged to not only work for the state in this capacity, but have seen what we have seen over the course of the years too. Could I get the next slide, please? Thank you. Very simple topics. I just want to update you on a few things happening here. There's nothing static about water. If water is static, it grows moss. And we are forever moving is what it looks like. So there's some changes in the commissioner's office. Many of you may have heard of Commissioner Jason Bruni. He was a tireless advocate of protecting human health and the environment. He has resigned and moved on as of August 20th, which is just a little more than a week ago. His last day was last week. Our deputy commissioner is Emma Pocon. She was a North Slope Borough attorney representing them for a number of years. She was an AAG in the Department of Law for a number of years as well. And now she has spent the last 3.5 years as the deputy commissioner of DEC. And now she's stepping in as acting commissioner for DEC. The acting status will probably wait until confirmation legislatively, depending on, how that thing goes. So we are not filling the deputy commissioner position at this point. She is going to hold the commissioner position. There's a number of other officials I'll just give names to so you guys know, a very static organization other than that change at the top. The directors remain the same. Some of you may work with Christina Carpenter in environmental health, Jason Olds in air, Megan Kohler in our administrative services, and Tiffany Olson in our SPO prevention and response, and then myself. So those directors are overseeing the different divisions and programs, and they're very static. We're sticking with that at this point. We also picked up, I don't know how many of you follow legislative actions, but we picked up a champion. Crystal Keeneman is her name. She's been with the legislature in different capacities or the state for 18 years, and we got her in December this last year. So she's our legislative liaison. We have a relatively new public information officer. So some of the outreach you're seeing is coming through Kelly Rewalt. And we're super happy to have Kelly. And then we've got Claire Fishwick and Gary Mendeville still on staff within the commissioner's office. There is a new individual in the commissioner's office, and I want to read her bio or how she wants me to introduce her, because this is important to all of us, myself, the commissioner, as well as hopefully you in the room. Erin Leaders is her name, and she is the new disaster program coordinator and tribal liaison for the Department of Environmental Conservation. She's originally from Mangalau, Guam, but she moved to Alaska in 1978, where she grew up in Chugiak, Peters Creek, and lived in Anchorage and Seward before settling in the Mat-Su Borough, where she's lived since 2007 with her husband of 23 years, their 4 children, and 1 grandchild. She has a human services degree, legal studies BA, and graduates from the University of Fairbanks this fall with a Master of Security and Disaster and Management degree. She's living the life. Erin has worked for the City of Seward, the Mat-Su Borough, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, where she gained experience working with local, tribal, state, federal, and non-governmental agencies, organizations statewide to include disaster prevention, mitigation, response, recovery, disaster response coordination, mitigation planning as the State of Alaska Hazard Mitigation Plan Manager. Here's the big deal. Erin will serve as our lead at DEC for program coordination with Alaska tribes, and will coordinate with Gina, our tribal government coordinator, and other program staff for tribal issues and concerns as needs. So that's a critically important position we just filled recently. We're super excited to have Erin on board. She wasn't able to make it down here. We had her down last week as we transitioned locations, but she's a tremendous asset to the department already, and we're super happy to have her on board. I'd also like to introduce with me today is Gina Shirey. She's in your audience. Hopefully you met her this morning as well. She is the Division of Waters Tribal and Local Government Coordinator for our APDES, or Alaska Pollutant Discharge Elimination System program within our division. She's originally from Western Pennsylvania, lives in Juneau along with her husband, Mateo. Her stepdaughter, Laura, lives in Seattle, and her daughter, Virginia, who I knew as a very young one at crawling at the ankles, is now a junior at the University of Hawaii in Hilo. And she facilitates tribal engagement in the wastewater discharge permitting process for the Division of Water. So most of you either have met or now you know Gina Shirey, who's with us. So thanks, Gina, for working with Ray and Lindsey to get on the agenda here for this afternoon. Another important topic I want you guys all to be aware of. We just instituted, we're coming up on almost a year now, we instituted our quarterly tribal outreach meetings. And so Commissioner Bruni and now Commissioner Pocon are going to facilitate and host tribal meetings, regional corporation meetings every quarter, every 3 months, just so we can communicate, just so we can have a dialogue, so that we can share some information and we can hear some information. What we're trying to do is, in the absence of the void of communication, we just want to try and create some dialogue between our groups so that you understand what's happening at DEC, and we understand some of the implications of our actions and how it affects the tribes and those that are in the communities and rural areas. So we've done this now 2 or 3 times already. This September 6th, this is Wednesday next week at 1 o'clock. We're going to be hosting I think it's our 3rd quarterly meeting for the tribes. And so what that is if you have an interest, please do participate. It's open. I believe it's open to anybody and everybody. Just get a hold of us. We'll wrap you into that Zoom, Teams, teleconference, and we'll just have a chat. Division by division, we go through and talk about what's happening in our division, what should you be aware of, what might you want to be aware of, and we ask for feedback back as well, which is, tell us what's concerning you. What can we be aware of? What types of permits are you interested in as they're coming down the pike in your neighborhood? You got the mic up, Ray. Are you ready? You already asking a question? I haven't even got through. No. We already agreed to that. I know how tough your questions are. But that's an important meeting. Please, if you're interested, let Gina or myself know. We've got a QR code. We can get you into it. Erin Leaders, who I introduced you, is going to be coordinating the event of there. It's a teleconference or video conference, however works for you. Help us communicate better, please. That's our ask. Yes, sir. Please. The floor is yours, always is. I'm just in the world. Two things along that front. Number one, the first meeting we held, we knew was it was going to be difficult because we hadn't done this before. We hadn't reached out, opened the floor, and just said, okay, 227 tribes, all of the regional corporations, let's just sit down and have a chat. And we spent probably 2 hours talking at. Each of the directors was given probably 30 minutes, 25 minutes, and we just filled 2 hours worth of what we do in our divisions. It was a moment. we went back and said, okay, so we got a point across, I think, if we didn't lose everybody, how could we do better? And so this next session, this next quarterly that we had, we tried to limit the director's input to an hour and open it up for everybody else, you know, interact during that presentation, but also create plenty of time so that we could ask and answer questions and it wasn't dominated by a one-way airwave coming from the state. So Ray, hopefully we're satisfying that. Hopefully we're trying to address that issue and we're creating a dialogue, not a talk at situation. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. And, you know, I could do a good job of predicting what you may be interested in, but nothing like you guys telling me exactly what you want to talk about. Okay, Randy, come prepared to talk about this issue. A little bit of advance notice is going to help so we can have a full conversation and we can be prepared. The other piece, Ray, and you know this, we've said this plenty of times, we will meet with anybody, anytime, anywhere. It doesn't have to be, you know, pre-planned. I am willing as a director, all the other directors feel the same way. Anything we can do to communicate and communicate better is in our collective best interest. So if a tribe, if an individual, if somebody has a desire to meet, please let me know. We will meet regardless the topic. I mean, there's some tough topics we're dealing with out there right now, no doubt about it. So we're happy to have that dialogue. Respectful dialogue both ways, right? I mean, we want to be able to have that and we want to have that open chain too. So getting into some of the tough topics, it sounds like maybe the topic of human health criteria and fish consumption rates came up this morning. My division is right in the middle of a regulatory update on human health criteria, fish consumption rates. So we've been working with the federal agency and some of our affected folks, and we will be making regulatory changes to this piece. It's a very complicated human health criteria. I think it's 116 different pollutants that we're evaluating. But importantly, the fish consumption rate is going to be an adjustment as part of that regulation too. And so that is how much does an individual on a daily basis in Alaska eat? Right now, the fish consumption rate in Alaska is identified at 6.5 grams. That's a chunk about 2 or 3 of my bites. I probably eat more than that on a daily basis. I think most of you might as well. So we're looking at overhauling that human health criteria regulation package. We're on track and we will be releasing that draft package in the fall 2023. So sometime September, most likely October, November is the time frame we're going to be releasing that. So if you're interested in that, let me know and certainly look for that package to come out on our website. We'll make sure it's visible when that comes out. Okay, that's one that's controversial, complicated, but very, very important for human health and the environment. We do have PFAS regulations. If you've never heard of PFAS, it's PFAS is pre and polyfluoroalkyl compounds that are used in a variety of applications like cheeseburger wrappers and Gore-Tex coats and other things. It's a ubiquitous all across our world. It's man-made only. Our department is coming out with some PFAS regulations, and like HHC and fish consumption rates, those draft regulations will be released sometime this fall. They're imminent, they're coming out. Be ready to take a look at those. Those are, again, a very controversial, not controversial, but challenging or complicated regulations. So be aware of that and be ready for those when they come out. Cruise ship sounds like it came up this morning. Yes, sir. Ray. No, good. Six ppd quinone. Right. Yeah, fair enough, Ray. Does that qualify as a tough question? Because I think if you said none, we're down to one, right? It's okay. 6 ppd quinone is what it's called, and that is a an anti-oxidizing compound that's added to tire manufacturing to prevent the hardening of that rubber as time progresses. And what happens is that little compound, that 6-ppd quinone, is sloughed off with the tires, and the part is that ends up in roads and then washed off with stormwater events. So rainwater, it washes off, sticks in our it's not a concern in as great a capacity here in some of our smaller communities. Anchorage, Kenai, Fairbanks, those are bigger concerns that we're seeing. Cruise ships, I think there was, it was mentioned to me that cruise ships were a concern. Or at least an issue. And we are very active in the management of cruise ships, both the large vessels, which are 250 berths and more, and the small vessels from 50 berths up to 250 berths. Previously, we never looked at those small vessels. We only looked at the large vessels. In the last few years, we took a more concerted approach to inspect and manage those small vessels. I was approached at one conference 3 years ago where one of our small vessels, unnamed vessel, but it was one of the smaller cruise vessels, discharged raw sewage on the bulwarks of one of our small communities. And that was unacceptable, both to the community and to us. And so we took a hard look at what was happening, why that happened, and we've instituted some new policies. And so those small vessels are getting the same love the large vessels do. We inspect all vessels, large and small. There's about 80 of them total. And they get a visit within the first 4 weeks of arrival in Alaska, meaning our inspectors, our badged individuals are on board looking at all the pipes, making sure their wastewater treatment systems are compliant. They're compliant with the logs. And all of those vessels that discharge in Alaska get a follow-up visit as well. So we're very active in the management of cruise ships. Very quick story, not the same one that discharged raw sewage and toilet paper on the bulwarks, but a different vessel. For 3 years in a row, they had unfortunate numbers. They were discharging what is essentially raw sewage, you know, floaters and toilet paper straight out. The state standard is 14 fecal units per 100 milliliters of water, 14 and 40. This vessel was discharging about 8 million fecal units per 100 milliliters of water. I mean, it was just hot stuff. We talked to that vessel and they go, yeah, whatever, we'll try and fix it. We talked to them again that winter and said, don't come back to Alaska unless you fix it. And they said, you serious? I said, yeah, we're serious. We've got the backing, the commissioner, the governor. We're going to hold you to a standard. We expect you to treat your sewage in a way that matches your credo of what you do environmentally. We're not going to let you come up to Alaska and discharge raw sewage into many of your smaller communities, because these are the smaller vessels that poured up in the smaller communities. And they found out we were serious. They invested $1 million in each of their 5 vessels and have changed out their marine sanitation system because it was proven to be non-functional. They came up this summer, we inspected them twice, and they've got 4 other vessels down in Florida where they voluntarily did this. And they are producing wastewater at the level of the large vessels, which is better than any of our communities in Alaska can discharge. So from my perspective, with 20 small vessels running around, really hitting those small coves, those small communities, that they are cleaning up their acts is a testament to the change in regulatory structure and oversight that we've provided in the last couple of years since COVID. So we're exceptionally happy. I think that's a success for that company who voluntarily did this, as well as my inspection staff and Gina's group that works on the permitting that gets out there and makes sure that they're protecting the environment as they profit off of Alaska. So that's super quick on cruise ships. Was there questions on cruise ships, Ray? Do you remember? Was there anything that came up? I got your mic now, by the way.
No, another one.
What's that? Oh.
Is there a question? Is that one having problems too?
I'll just finish. Infrastructure is another. We got $2.1 billion coming to Alaska to change the landscape of wastewater discharge in rural Alaska, and we're working feverishly on getting that money allocated, shared. We are going to be going through a solicitation process again this fall, seeking input on what's called the Operation and Maintenance Best Practice Scores. That was a topic of conversation this last legislative session. We will be soliciting input from folks that might be affected or have an interest in that particular process. So look for that coming up this fall too. So as you can see, there's nothing, there's no moss growing in this water. We got a lot going on. And Ray, group, thank you for having DEC up. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, as it may be. Yeah.
I'm just curious about the updates of the Ocean Ranger program.
Right. Yeah.
I know it was voted on by all of the voters in Alaska, so I'm just wondering what it is. Where's
Thank
that?
you. Yep. So Ocean Rangers were put in place in 2006 by a ballot initiative, and at a cost of about $3.4 million per year. We had a contract to put what's called Ocean Rangers on all of the large commercial passenger vessels. The idea was they were going to be observers on these large vessels, taking a look at the operations and how they were, how the cruise ships were functioning, from discharges to cleanliness to paint to some other aspects. When the governor came in, they decided to eliminate that funding source, the course of $40 million over the course of 12 years or so. It wasn't a good expense at that time to continue to invest in Ocean Rangers as a deterrent. Ocean Rangers, from our perspective, were observatory. They watched. What we put in place in the absence of Ocean Rangers was, just like I said, the smaller vessels. We're inspecting those vessels every time, 100% of those vessels when they come in the state. Immediately within 4 weeks, we follow up as necessary, and we will follow up repeatedly if we see things we don't like with those vessels. So it was a change of how we're doing 3.5 million into Ocean Rangers who reside on the ships versus how are we actually enforcing and inspecting and making sure that we have a one-on-one relationship with the cruise ships to make sure that they understand the rules that they're supposed to be following specific to wastewater discharges. So we changed, we have not employed Ocean Rangers since 2019. Incidentally, it was a COVID that first year. There are no cruise ships. That second year, there was half a cruise ship year. And then that third year, we have a full DEC implementation of how we're approaching the cruise ships. So we have issued citations for those vessels that have non-complied. And that's, you know, that's significantly important that we are more active in the hands-on management of those vessels rather than receiving a report from an Ocean Ranger who served a very important purpose. But they submitted a report. We looked at it. We tried to decide if we could do anything with it, and then we moved on in many cases. So we had very few defensible violations through the Ocean Ranger program. It was a valuable program at the time, and we just saw that its value dissipated with time over the course. So is that? You got one more?
Hello. Okay. I have two quick questions. I was wondering if you could extrapolate. Was there a fine for that ship that was dumping 800 parts per million fecal matter into the communities? Were they reprimanded? Did they have to clean it up? Did we have to talk to the communities, let them know, et cetera, et cetera? My other question is if you could extrapolate also on the fish consumption rates, how those are calculated. Are we sending surveys out into communities to sort of measure different rates of consumption across different areas of Alaska? Things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're with DEC, am I right?
I am.
We do have a very strong regulatory program in water, and for for that particular vessel, I think I haven't seen the final resolution of that. I did meet with their officials when they came to town this year to talk about what was going wrong and what has now gone right. They do face certainly civil penalties, and we also brought up the issue of criminal penalties. Those are two different tracks, civil versus criminal. When you get into known violations and willing violations, that moves you into a different class of penalty. And criminal is, I mean, that's jail time. That's an individual that could face jail time. And once we told them, you can't do this, you can't discharge like this, they now know. And if they continue to violate that, that puts them in a different class of criminal. We were able to avoid that with them, where they went down this path of, okay, God, you guys are serious. We got to make some changes. So we're still resolving that. I don't believe it moved down criminal, but it's certainly down the civil path. They will face some penalties. There are a number of vessels last year that had some violations, and there's nothing of great consequence or significance that I can remember. Just be aware, every year we put out a final report in November. I'm happy to share that report. It's on our website, and it details all of the violations from all the vessels that we saw over the course of that year. So, second question very quickly was fish consumption rates. We held a significant work group efforts from, I think, 2013 to probably 17. There's a ton of information compiled there. I can tell you 6.5 grams fish consumption in Alaska is not enough. 170 is what Washington just approved. I think that's the standard for EPA. There is, we have all of the paperwork out there. Go to our website. There's some suggestion it's around 150, 190, 290, 352, and more. And these are grams per day, every day for every person. So we're going to be somewhere between 170 and 360, 350. It is very complicated, though, because quite honestly, salmon don't reside in the state of Alaska for the most part. They're offshore. As soon as they vacate the waters in our estuaries, they're offshore. So what happens in federal waters and where they get most of their body burden should not be accounted for in the fish consumption rate, because that we're talking about human health and what a fish could uptake in state waters. And when most of their life is spent offshore, it creates a different challenge. Same with marine mammals. So these are very tough issues that we're working through. These are policy calls that we have not decided upon yet either, whether we include salmon, whether we include marine mammals. There's pros and cons for it, how we measure for it, how we offset, how we consider the other implications. So yeah, it's look for it in the fall. Yep.
You said the cost of the Ocean Rangers was what, $3 million a year? What's
on
that
average,
number?
3.4 million a year. Yes.
Okay, so did the state actually pay for that, or was that like a tax to the cruise ships?
Yeah, it was. So as part of the initiative in 2006, and thanks, I appreciate this. There is a bill. There was a bill last year introduced 2 years ago. There's a new bill that was introduced the last day of session this year. It's in the Senate. I think it's Senate Bill 153. I can't remember the number, but it is a cruise ship bill to overhaul the cruise ship management. As part of that, what cruise ships are required to pay a berth fee. It's not a head tax. I think we've heard about the head tax where they come into certain communities, but this is a berth fee. So they're supposed to pay for the Ocean Ranger program $4 per lower berth per passenger per voyage. So that brings in a certain amount of money. That fee in and of itself was what paid for the Ocean Ranger program. So it was the passengers who were ultimately paying for that. But so that's 3.5 a year. Part of the issue, and one of the ways we looked at it as an analogy, is if you have a police officer who's going to sit in your car in the front seat right next to you, you're probably going to drive better. You're probably going to follow the speed limit. You're probably a good driver anyway, but you're going to be a really good driver with Johnny Law sitting next to you. But that's a very expensive use of a police officer. And 95%, 99% of us are good drivers. We're going to drive the speed limit anyway. And if somebody wants to get away with something, they're going to do it whether the cop's in the car or not. They're going to find a way to be bad. So we want to find a good use of the money that gives the best bang in management of these vessels. So.
Okay, so you made it sound like the state was actually put in the bill. And I think that's the way a lot of people saw it. That's why the governor cut it. And that's the way I heard him say it too. He made it sound like the state of Alaska was put in the bill when in actuality it was the cruise industry. And, you know, it's true. They're very expensive police officers. But I think no matter who's out there, no matter what's going on, they're going to be dumping it out there. I've seen pictures of it. I've ran on the backside of them on my little boat, and you could actually smell that stuff that they were dumping out there in the middle of the Frederick Sound. They and the other thing I was going to ask is the smaller cruise ships that are coming to our villages, are they under regulations on where they can dump their gray water or sewage? Because I've asked that question. I have yet to get an answer.
Yeah, thank you. The answer is yes, they do have regulated. They operate under the large vessels, which are 50 to 250 and bigger. So that's berths. How many passengers do they have? Those operate under what's called a general permit. And so we issue the general permit. There's also an EPA issued vessel general permit, or VGP. The smaller vessels that we're talking about, the 50 to 200, the Nat Geos, the Unalaskas, uncruises, they operate under what's called an alternative plan. So there's best management practices that have regulatory teeth to them. Yes, they have requirements on where and when and how hot the discharge can be. If you have, as a fisherman, as a resident, if you have concerns, and this is not just to the cruise industry, but at any time, if you have a concern about a discharge to waters or land, we have a complaint portal on our website. Fill out as much information as you can. And there was one today that was brought up. Somebody's dumping 5-gallon buckets of raw sewage out of a 4-wheeler up north. Go to the portal, take a picture if you can, submit as much information as you can, give us as much information as you can, and we'll go out and visit the site. As a fisherman, we set this up so that if you're out there in Frederick Sound and you see a discharge, or you see a black smeary substance in your nets, give us as much information. We need to be able to document this so we can manage it. If we don't know about it, we can't deal with it. So.
All right. Well, I know one of my nephews, he took a picture of a small cruise ship that was docked at our facility in Cape, and they were dumping what looked like to me was sewage. And I got the photo, but it was a couple of years ago, and I ran it by everybody in leadership in Cape, but nobody said anything. So, so I guess my next question is, they shouldn't be able to. They shouldn't be able to dump in our bay. You know, don't seem like that would be allowable. But I've seen that in the big cruise ships in Ketchikan, people have taken pictures of that, where they are dumping their discharge right there when they're tied up. But I don't know what's. I guess I better get up to speed on what's right and what's not, so I could start, telling them, hey, and filing complaint against them.
Right. And you've heard me say it, you've got a complaint portal out there. I'm happy to. I don't know if it has my number. If you want to go to the next slide, take my name, call me, tell me. I want to know. I need to know. Randy Bates. I'm not thank you, but Randy Bates. And the idea is, look, I need to know. I want to know. So if you ever have an issue, also, the small vessels produce, and this is detail. This is water quality standard stuff. Those of us that are nerds get into it, but they're producing at 200 fecal units. our small vessels are. The large vessels are producing at 14 and 40. That's very clean water from a comparative level. Juneau Douglas and our Mendenhall wetlands here, they produce at the same 200 level. There is no place in the state that produces, there's no rural or city municipal facility that produces as clean of wastewater as our large cruise ships do. They have tertiary treatment, which is outstanding. There's nobody in Alaska that has tertiary treatment. We are on primary plus, which is disinfection, or secondary. Secondary, even in Juneau, we're producing at 200 fecal units. It's not nearly as good as what the cruise ships are producing at. And we verify that through monitoring for both the cruise ships and our locals. So when you say a cruise ship is discharging in our ports, don't forget that our very own wastewater treatment facilities are doing the same thing. And what's the difference, right? I mean, it's still human, right? Understood. Right. Yes. Skagway is an unbelievable. You don't. I know, but part of and I will tell you, part of the bill that we've talked about, and part of the use of the Ocean Ranger money, if we're not going to, I'm burning this up. No, it's just operator. 3.5 million. What we want to be able to do is turn that 3.5 million back over to the communities. Thank you. Back. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. I just got to talk louder. How's that? Okay. 3.5. Is this okay? I'll just yell loud enough. 3.5 million. If that's what comes in from Ocean Ranger fees, what we want to be able to do is not use that or give it to somebody else in state government to run state government. Let's turn that money around to the communities, the port communities that are feeling the effects of the vessels. And if Cake wants a grant program, they can come in and say, hey, look, we've got cruise ships. We need to improve our lift service or a pump out or something. That's grant money that should be available to the communities to improve their own wastewater facilities as a result of the impact from the tourists. That's part of the bill that we have out there. It's part of the conversation we want to have. The impacts from the cruise ships are real. Let's find a way to improve our own wastewater facilities, because we know they're not pooping and peeing on the vessels simply on the vessels. They come to our restaurants, they come to our parks, they use our porta potties, they use our facilities, they inundate our own systems. Let's find a way to treat it. Ray, I'm getting all riled up here. So
Looks like Kari pulled up your
thank you.
form.
It's up to you. I'm here for you guys, and it, as long as y'all are, I'm okay.
Yeah, I just had a question about, we were speaking about penalties and you were talking about the small cruise ship and how that's likely civil. And if those penalties are going to be reflected to the community that has been affected by it. So, you know, they're dumping in the waters of this community. Is that money just going to go back into the state, into the DEC program, or is the community that's been afflicted going to get some compensation for the issue that they've been dealt?
Right. Thank you. It's a great question. I haven't had that one posed before. By statute, those penalties come back to the state. It does not go to the communities. But statutes are amendable. So if there was a reason, if you had a friendly legislator, they could, propose a change like that. Recognizing there's a bill out there, that would be another opportunity to make that change. So.
I'm just curious, when you're saying the small cruise ships start at a 50 passenger, so any cruise line that has at least one vessel that's 50 passenger, would then that in all of their vessels would fall under those regulations? Or what about the cruise lines that have vessels that carry 12 to 42 people?
Right.
What regulation? Is it by cruise line or is it by vessel?
So there's a general rule that says you cannot discharge raw sewage, no matter what vessel you are. 10, I can't. I'm a fisherman. You're a fisherman. I bet you got a Y valve on your boat, right? One of them goes into I'm not going to call you out. But there's a holding tank on boat, or there's a direct discharge overboard. You can discharge overboard 3 miles out. You cannot within 0 to 3. What's that? No, I don't want. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. So you cannot poop overboard, right? So that's the rule in general. Statutorily, we've got a structure, so we manage larger vessels, and so that small vessel cutoff starts at 50 passengers, and they have to have overnight accommodations. Our ferries are these small vessels. All of our ferries are part of the small vessel registration. They're clean. Our ferries are some of the best in the industry. So that break goes, we don't manage up to 50, up to 49. 50 to 249, we manage as small vessels. 249 berths and above is large vessels. So they have graduated requirements on how they're supposed to treat. Whale watching vessels, if you ever go out to Auk Bay, I don't know how many of your communities have this type of thing. We got whale watching. Good Lord, there's 100 people on board. There's no overnight accommodations. We don't actively manage that fleet. We don't manage the recreational fleet. We don't manage the charter fleet because those are below the threshold that we as the state government can manage.
Yes, but they still have to, but there's no regulatory oversight. So if
Correct.
a company has a 12-passenger cruise ship, a 42-passenger cruise ship, and then a 72-passenger cruise ship, you're managing it by vessel, not by cruise line. So only one of their vessels would actually fall under your regulation, and then they can just kind of do whatever they want, and you're hoping they're doing the right thing for the others.
It is by vessel. So if it doesn't matter what the cruise line is. If they have a vessel that has 50 or more passenger berths, overnight accommodations, that is managed by DEC. The Coast Guard and EPA also have an obligation here, but they don't. We have, the Coast Guard doesn't necessarily get active for managing that. They just.
And then a question was raised this morning, and so I just want to repeat it in this space, is that what studies have been done to identify the impacts of the gray water being like flushed right into our ecosystems, right within city limits or where we harvest subsistence foods? I think that's maybe you have the answer or somebody else, but I feel like that was a shared concern that I was hearing this morning.
Yeah.
It's like, you're telling me the water's clean, they're dumping it there, but I have to go eat that clam.
Right. Tell me where you live, and I'll tell you if it's safe or not. There's a couple places that are really challenged. Ketchikan, Tongass Narrows is a very, very challenging area, not because of cruise ships, but because of a lot of different things going on there. They do have a what's called a 301H waivered facility, and so they're discharged. They only have to treat to primary level. Ketchikan is discharging at 1.5 million fecal, which is no better than some of the cruise ships. It's no better than many of our communities. Ketchikan needs to step up, and they're doing that. They're going through a process with EPA to improve that treatment system. I think it was just a stroke of luck, but it was also an opportunity we saw was during COVID when the cruise ship shut down, and that was 2020, no cruise ships. And we had some money from the legislature. Stedman and some others gave us $2 million and said, go do some ambient water quality testing. They were supportive of that. We went out there, and since that point, we've been doing water quality testing in our ports and our common corridor areas, Frederick Sound, Lynn Canal, Chatham Strait. We're flying out there. We have a contract. So we're sampling waters in the absence of cruise vessels. And now that they've resumed, we're sampling in the presence of cruise vessels, trying to figure out, okay, when there's nobody here, what's that water quality look like? Is it good? Are we seeing any exceedances of copper or zinc or fecal or other things, ammonia that might be concerning? And then we're comparing that to what we have now, given a full complement of the cruise vessels that are plying our water. So stay tuned. All of our results are online for 2020, 2021, 2022, and then we'll compile it for 2023. So, yeah, thank you.
We are over time right now, and I know we have a lot of questions for Randy and ADC, but I also want to get thanks to Randy for presenting on this. I'd like to take maybe 5 minutes afterwards and let Randy go, and then maybe if we have any open discussion that we want to address and talk about tomorrow or bring back to Randy, that's something that we can do.
And Ray, I'm here. Please look me up or invite me back or whatever the case. Again, it's just about communication. As I hear the issues, I want to be responsive. And if it's easier one-on-one, let's have it. So
I appreciate that.
Okay.
And I know we'll definitely have more questions, and we will definitely invite you guys back because we definitely want to hear what the state's doing.
yeah, right. And you'll hear more of it next week too. Please. You're a regular participant there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay.
I try to not bring too many hard-hitting questions, but
No, thank you for having me.
well, thank you guys. So yeah, it is 4:40. We're scheduled to go to 4:30, but I wanted to give an opportunity really quick for anybody who, anyone who wanted to have any open discussion going forward, or we can wait till tomorrow too.